Good morning. I'm Max Gross, Editor-in-Chief at Commercial Observer, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this year's Commercial Observer Sustainability Forum. Today we're welcoming a diverse group of experts to discuss the increasing importance of investing in a sustainable future. Prior to the pandemic, ESG, investing, and sustainability were at the forefront of industry discourse. Over the course of the past 19 months, the commercial real estate industry has been forced to pivot to focus on new ways to increasing building safety, health, and wellness. But forward-thinking leaders have continued to prioritize sustainability. They've found synergies between sustainability and health and wellness. They've leveraged new technologies to ensure their portfolios are environmentally friendly. And most importantly, they've understood the broad impacts that sustainability and ESG factors have on our communities. These are extremely timely and important topics, as we've all now heard the results of this summer's very unfortunate UN climate report. The commercial real estate industry has the ability to play an extremely influential role in planning a healthier, more equitable, and sustainable future for our cities, which is why this topic remains of the utmost importance to us at Commercial Observer. And we're excited to announce that we'll be expanding our coverage on sustainability with new national products this fall. Please let us know if you're interested in hearing more about this. I'd like to thank today's program sponsors, RXR Realty, our presenting sponsor, Community Preservation Corporation, Evolution Energy Partners, Friedman LLP, International Well Building Institute, Prescriptive Data, Skanska, ThinkWood, and Unibail Rodamaco Westfield. A couple of quick house cleaning items before we get started. All attendees will be muted throughout the event, but we encourage you to submit any questions you may have for the speakers throughout the program. You can do this by entering them into the Q&A box in your control panel. The moderators will reserve time at the end of each panel to address as many questions as possible. And if you're looking to connect with today's speakers, let us know. You'll receive a live poll at the conclusion of each panel asking if you'd like to connect with today's speakers. We'll pass your contact information along to all the speakers you select. It is now my pleasure to introduce Fred Burke, co-managing partner at Friedman LLP, for some brief remarks.
Good morning and welcome to the Commercial Observer's second Sustainability Forum. My name is Fred Burke. I'm the co-managing partner of Friedman LLP, chair of the firm's real estate practice, and co-leader of our loan workout group. Friedman LLP is a 700-person accounting and consulting firm headquartered in Manhattan with locations in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Long Island, California, Florida, Beijing, and Shanghai, China. While Friedman is a full-service accounting firm with many areas of expertise, we have deep roots in real estate and long-standing history guiding owners, developers, and managers of all types of properties through economic turbulence and evolving landscapes. We are immersed in guiding our clients on strategies to confront the impact of our ever-changing landscape, find hidden tax advantages, and take steps towards lasting financial security and growth. We welcome the opportunity to talk to each and every one of you. Feel free to reach out to us. This session will be moderated by Max Gross, Editor-in-Chief, Commercial Observer, and will feature Eric Clement, Senior Vice President, Fund Manager, Social Impact and Sustainability Investments, RXR Realty, and Matthew Throwbridge, Chief Medical Officer, International Well Building Institute.
Thank you, Fred. And welcome, Eric and Matthew. Are you both on? Yes, okay, I see you both. Hi, how are you gentlemen today?
Doing great. Hey, doing great. How are you?
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So I wanted to start now. Both you, Matthew, and you, Eric, have had a new career change of late. Like within the last few months, you've taken new roles. Um, you know, Eric, you were at EDC, and now you're at RXR. Matt, I believe you were in academia, and now you're at Well Building. Um, I thought you might both be able to shed a little bit of light onto why you made this switch now. Um, so, Matt, I see you nodding. So why don't you go first?
Sure. Well, I know from just the brief time I've gotten to know Eric that we're both going to have the same answer. Is that with humility, I would say we're not actually changing careers. We're just I think both Eric and I are grabbing an opportunity for a new platform to continue the mission that I think we both are really dedicated to. So I'll be brief. Yes, I am a physician and I'm a public health researcher. I remain a associate professor at the University of Virginia School of Medicine, where I've been privileged to be, able to be kind of part of the group that has studied the impact of the built environment on health for over a decade now. And, I do get this question a lot. And it's a very fair question. Like, what's a physician doing, engaging in things like commercial real estate? And the really quick answer that I'll give is the data brought me here. Essentially, when you think about the things that are driving health at a global scale, at a population scale, particularly, the evidence is overwhelming that the quality of the medical care that I provide in my clinic only really drives about 20% of health outcomes. I know Eric's going to pick up on this. Pretty much what we're finding is that 80% of population health outcomes comes from what we call the social and environmental determinants of health. Essentially, all the other parts of life that kind of set up the choices that people have in their daily lives, and therefore, like what kinds of health behaviors they have available to them. So, and the built environment is one of the most important of those determinants, and it's something we can impact. So that's why I've stuck with this area as a place to put my energy as a physician. And and then why IWBI, why the International Well Building Institute now? I think also you're going to hear this picked up by Eric. It's just an incredibly exciting time. There's this, the green building movement has been so inspiring to me, and it's the way it's transformed markets. And I want to do the same thing for health promotion. I don't want it to be just about health and safety anymore. I think the definition of high performance in real estate is going to change really quickly. It already is. And I think people are the next thing that we need that commercial real estate and other aspects of real estate are going to be judged upon. And it's not just going to be your occupants. It's going to be a truly high performance company is going to be one that can show that they are a great corporate citizen in the way that they develop real estate. And why IWBI? For me, this was just an incredibly exciting platform and group to join. For those of you who don't know, IWBI runs the Well Building Standard as kind of its premier product. But we are also expanding quickly to kind of think about organizational scale, help drive and define high performance at that scale. So, we're having just an amazing growth moment, and I'm just incredibly privileged to be asked to be their first chief medical officer and try to bring that perspective. But again, I'll hand it over to Eric, but basically saying again where I started, not yes a new job, but same mission.
Yeah, no, I agree. Not the same job, just a new mission. That's actually pretty perfect. There were actually a couple of reasons why I decided to come to RXR. I guess before I go into it, I'll just take a step back and just talk about what I did at EDC so that way you can understand, sort of the transition and why it made sense, at least to me. So at EDC, I ran the Strategic Investments Group, which for all intent and purposes was the impact investing part of the organization. Within our group, we managed or negotiated all tax incentives on behalf of the city of New York. We ran a conduit bond issuing authority. We ran a new markets tax credit program. We managed over $500 million of capital, and we advised EDC and other city agencies on all types of transaction structure. So basically anything to do with money, our group was handling it. We focused on a few different themes: expanding opportunity, capital access, economic resiliency, in climate action, right? And what we did on a day-to-day basis was analyze gaps in the marketplace, understand where capital was needed, and invest catalytic capital to get projects or initiatives moving. And we did this across our debt and equity portfolio, right? So moving forward, why the move? So as opposed to EDC, which is solely focused on New York City for obvious reasons, right? It's New York City Economic Development Corporation. I was really excited to build an impact investing platform on a national scale at RXR. So when Scott had called and said, hey, this is what we're looking to do at RXR, everyone knows this as New York City, Tri-City area, we're gonna, expand nationally. And you wanted to use, the impact investing, so sustainability investing strategies as a way to, as a forced foray into a national remit. That was really cool. I would also say that it also made an impression on me that the ESG mindset was already embedded throughout the organization. So it wasn't a thing that RXR was talking about simply to go out there and raise capital because it's the hot thing. Scott, and I can't even tell you how many times I've heard it since I've been here. But doing good and doing well means doing better. I mean, it wasn't just lip service here at RXR. They try to do this. They try to embed this in everything that the firm does. So me coming here wasn't really a new thing for them, right? We're just trying to operationalize this. We're trying to put some rigor around what we're doing behind ESG and sustainable investing. So that's particularly why I came here.
Now, I just want to go back to one thing that you said, Matt. You said that one of the things that led you to International Well was the data. That that this is where commercial real estate is where the data was leading you there. Could you be a little bit more specific and just tell us a little bit about what are some of the things, what was in the data that you were seeing, and what are some of the problems that lead back to commercial real estate?
Absolutely. So again, I want to emphasize, I think I know that people have always been at the center of real estate. So I make sure I really do understand that. But let me explain. I think probably I know that Eric and I share a sense when we talk about people or health. There's a distinction between health and safety and what I kind of think about as health promotion. And it's also a difference of thinking about just that individual person, perhaps like the one I take care of in my clinic, as opposed to taking care of populations. And so when I say the 80% of health outcomes are driven by social and environmental determinants of health, that really comes into focus when you adopt more of that population scale mentality. So what do I mean by that? The reality is we're at a moment in human history where the largest burden of disease come from things like chronic disease, mental health, isolation, social isolation. These are the real epidemics of our time that are really driving all of the healthcare costs because of the follow-on. And then how do you when you follow those down, where is our obesity epidemic coming from? You quickly get into a change in lifestyle. It's so many people in our country, around the world, find it very difficult to find a safe, enjoyable, beautiful place to take a walk, to get regular daily exercise, or to just use bikes or walking as a part of their daily lives, for transportation. Similarly, food deserts, where you live has a huge impact on the opportunities and access you have to things like just healthy food. So we have to get to what's become very clear to public health, and this is reflected in funding from National Institutes of Health to Robert Wood Johnson foundations and huge philanthropies, is we've got to focus on these social and environmental determinants of health. And the built environment, again, is a place where we manifest those choices and those structures. So that's I hope maybe that gets to what you're asking, but there's decades now of evidence that where you live, in fact, there's this kind of quintessential quote from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, quoting some colleagues of mine from Virginia Commonwealth University, that when you look at it, if you had to choose one piece of information about someone have the best guess at their life expectancy, it turns out that zip code is one of the most powerful you can choose, much stronger than things like genetic code. And the poignancy of that is that if you look into cities like New Orleans or New York City, the reality is like 3-4 subway stops, the average life expectancy can go down by several decades. And it's a marker. Zip code is not a determining thing, but it tells you that where you live has a huge impact on how easy it is to be healthy.
Eric, I was hoping that you could unpack a little bit about your philosophy, RXR's philosophy, just in terms of I guess ESG and what this what I know that you said that that the philosophy was very, very important to you in terms of your switch. Could you unpack it a little bit for us? What it is?
Sure. So no problem. Just to reiterate, doing good and doing well means doing better. I mean, that's literally one of the mottos here, right? I will say that one of the things that I think is really interesting about the RXR platform is that we're both an investment manager and a vertically integrated real estate developer. The reason I feel like it's unique is for two reasons, right? We're able to pull ESG levers from both from both investment and operational perspectives. That means that we can target ESG metrics at both the corporate and investment levels, right? Now, when we think about what levers we're looking to pull, there are a few things, right? I mean, you've got people and places is really the way that I think about it, right? In the places where we invest, one of the things we feel is that we're more successful as a company when the communities where we operate are also successful, right? Which is why we work very closely with municipalities to make sure that we construct master plans like we've done in New Rochelle, like we're doing in Hempstead, where not only are we building Class A housing, but we're also building affordable housing, we're building public spaces, parks, what have you. All of these things I think are really important as it relates to the levers that we can pull. I will also say that, as a vertically integrated real estate developer, what we can do is we can start to now increase MWBE hiring efforts as an example, right? That's something when I was at the city, I felt like every time we would have an IDA transaction, industrial development agency transaction, we would always have to pull teeth with developers to try to increase MWBE hiring efforts. And it was always the same thing, we can't really find them, which for some trades, I totally get, which is why something that, I am thinking about as part of, my impact investing efforts, not yet because I'm focused on real estate, but let's call it in a year or two from now, one of the things that I'm looking at is how can we start making investments into MWBE businesses so that way, it would be a dual benefit. Yes, obviously for RXR, because to the extent that we can make investments in MWBE business, we can hire them for our projects. But I would also say it's a benefit, for these businesses and for the community as a whole, because as you can start to invest in women and minorities and start to increase the level of businesses, the types of businesses that, the diversity of businesses, this is all really helpful. Now, just switching back to health and wellness for a second. There were a few things that RXR did prior to my getting here throughout the pandemic. They developed an app, RxWell, in partnership with Microsoft. It's pretty comprehensive. It's a public health, data-driven platform that included things like metrics to track, community spread of the virus, occupancy and social distancing metrics, air quality. There were all these things. In August, our leadership had mandated vaccine for the entire team, and I think now we have 100% vaccination status at all our offices and our construction projects. We didn't lay anybody off, so that was huge. And then, in addition to that, like I said, we have this master development in New Rochelle. We established a COVID, relief fund, of which close to $500,000 went to local businesses, half of which were MWBE businesses. So, I mean, there's a lot that we've been doing at the operational level. And then when I think about the investment level, I mean, look, from an impact standpoint, there are a bunch of other things that we could talk about. I know we're focused on health here, but, when I think about affordable housing, LEED and WELL standards. When I think about GHG remissions or emission reductions, like all these things, like these are levers that I'm looking at, pulling within RXR that I think will start to separate us from our competition.
Well, you did mention what I think is everybody's big, thing in their mind, which is the question of COVID and wellness. Obviously, wellness took on very different meaning in the last 19 months. But Matt, I wanted to ask your opinion. I mean, do you think that COVID will be a flash in the pan in terms of health and wellness standards, or is this a larger business and societal trend?
Bottom line is no, this is not a flash in the pan. I think the way we like to think about it, I love the way Eric talked about catalytic capital. I think with even just 2-3 years of perspective, I think COVID will be seen as a catalyst for kind of an inevitable trend. I mean, the reality is, in my own experience, prior to one of the reasons I was able to jump into the role I have at IWBI is I had the privilege of working with GRESB, the benchmark company that I think a lot of your audience will be familiar with. My academic team had a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and it was our team that helped work with GRESB to create the health and well-being module. I mean, we were working on that in 2015, and we had huge uptake on that. At its peak, we had 300 companies voluntarily interested in this realm. So I think at a global scale, health and well-being has been coming on as a new area of differentiation. As Eric said, it's I'm all for it. I wake up every day as a doctor. My main programming is to help people, but I know that the way to do that will also to me to make a strong fiduciary argument for why this makes sense, and I feel very confident in that. So no, COVID is. I mean, it brings its own issues and an urgency, and it's hard because things have to happen so fast. But the things we're doing, I think one very, very small silver lining is that I think these are competencies and core investments that were necessary anyway, and that companies who manage COVID well will be in a great position going forward to take advantage of this.
Was there, I don't know. I mean, obviously, there were so many things that happened over the course of COVID in terms of workflow, people usage of their offices as well as the building technology. Was there any one thing that you would point to that you thought was a particularly standout good thing that will be advancing into the future?
I'll answer this quickly because I want to make sure Eric gets a chance to. But I think the key thing is the unprecedented aspect of COVID that I think all of us are unused to is uncertainty. I think this was not something where everybody knew the right answer. We just hadn't implemented it correctly. Basically, we're not used to being in a situation where even our most trusted data sources don't have a definitive answer for us. So we had to manage that type of how do you deal with an unexpected exogenous health risk, I think is a core competency that was key. So in this case for COVID, figuring out how to transition from, it's all about, in the early days, it's hard to remember now, but it was all about contact surfaces. Then it quickly became clear that it was respiratory. So I think the most important thing actually to I'm really not cheating here. I really mean this. I think the most important thing was that ability of some of the industry to kind of focus in on the right thing, which I think ended up really being all about that kind of respiratory, indoor air thing. And for example, at IWBI, we were able to use our convening power to marshal a huge and global set of experts to kind of find what are the aspects of the WELL standard that are most important to COVID, package them up in the health safety rating, and get it out to the market as quickly as we can. And we weren't alone. I think there was a great banding together of a lot of groups that are kind of natural leaders in the industry. But I think that's what I'm proud of as a group. And I know it's scary and we're still in it. But again, I'll just reiterate, I think these investments don't just disappear. I think they're going to be good going forward.
Eric, do you want to touch on any of that?
No, I mean, I think he's right. I mean, if you think about what I just said before, I mean, all the investments that RXR was making with its app, I mean, it touched it. Everything Matt said is correct. I mean, we've been making investments there. We'll continue to make investments there. You know, our customers, our tenants, I mean, they're all asking for this. So it's going to be a going forward thing.
Mm. Now, I did want to ask, and look, we could have like a whole conversation, and this conversation is about to wind down, but we could have a whole conversation about the costs of all this. And, you know, obviously, RXR is an extremely well-capitalized firm. I just briefly, Eric, do you think that some of RXR's competitors are going to be willing to spend what's necessary for wellness, or is this something that they're just going to have to be pushed into? I mean, like, you know, not everybody does have the same enthusiasm for ESG and wellness that RXR does.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that. I will start off by saying this. You know, ESG, it's a thing. It's not going anywhere. And my opinion, and you know, I know I'm biased, but I think, you know, and Matt, I think is either Max, you said this, or Matt, I don't remember, but
Eric, you're a Matt. You can call me Matt. You can call me Matthew, whatever you'd like.
Yeah, no, you know, and you know, I think it's true. You know, as you look at real estate operators, I think, you know, the level to which the way in which people think of how people operate, I think, is changing, right? You know, what's good, that standard is now increased, you know, given I think the many highlights on ESG and ESG performance, right? Now, I will say this from an investment and portfolio level, right? Because I mean, that's really where I'm working with things. You have a lot of investors that are starting to ask about ESG, and they're starting to ask about metrics, and they want quantification, and they want data and metrics that are verifiable. So one of the things that I am thinking about a lot, and you know, Max, this goes to your question as to, you know, how much we're spending, and will, you know, other asset managers be willing to spend the same thing? I feel like they're going to have to if they're going to want to raise money from institutional capital, because this is just something that people are asking for. I can't tell you, since I've been here, and it's only been 2 months that I'm here, but I've already had a few conference calls with institutional investors that are asking us about our ESG metrics, our ESG policy, and do we have metrics that we can show them with, you know, reduction in water and, you know, GHG emissions, and what are we doing on the social side? And the interesting thing is that depending on the questions that we receive, you can see whether or not they're focused more on the E, the S, or the G. Because while we all talk about ESG like it's one synonymous thing, it has become clear to me that depending on who you're talking to, there is definitely an accent on one of those letters. So not only are you going to have to start spending money, in my opinion, on what you're doing at the asset level, but then you're also going to have to start spending money on, you know, data verification systems, right? Because there's no way you're going to be able to track all this stuff if you don't have the proper data in place. And then, you know, there's also going to be, I think, a level of third-party verification that I think is going to be key, because it's one thing if I go and tell our investors, yes, we're doing amazing and everything is great here at RXR, but if we have a third party that then is echoing everything I'm saying, I think it means a lot more. So these are some of the sort of major things that I'm thinking about right now. So yeah, I'll stop there because I know we're pretty much at the end.
Well, we are almost out of time, but I do want to give you both, like, you know, just a minute to like sum up some of the thoughts you'd like to leave us with. Matthew, would you like to start?
Sure. Yes. So basically, I really strongly believe it's why I've made my own personal career choice to join International Well Building Institute at this moment. That health and well-being, as Eric said, it is not a fad. It is a strong trend. I think it's not only, as I strongly agree with Eric, I think the data also suggests it's not just safe to invest in. I think it's going to turn very quickly to imperative. I really like the implication of what Eric said. It's something I've seen too. You know, if you study the green building movement, which I have kind of as an observer, you know, we're in a very predictable phase of market development for health and well-being. We're used to being in a very mature market for sustainability. But so yes, the things like metrics and things like that are still being defined. But that doesn't mean you're going to be not held to account. And in fact, I think in the next year or two, actually high performance and excellence, if you want to go and talk with Eric and receive funding and things like that, and talk to his institutional investors, you're going to have to innovate on those metrics and show, and not just fall back on really safe ones. So I'll leave it there. But this is something IWI is incredibly focused on, and we are excited and looking to kind of help define this new era of leadership with exactly the audience that you've brought here today.
Eric, some final thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I would agree. I would agree with Matt. You know, I saw in the chat there was a question about, you know, greenwashing, and that's pretty much why I was talking about data and metrics, because I think now that, you know, we've seen significant capital inflows into ESG and ESG related products over the last, you know, let's call it 3 to 5 years. I think this is a trend that's going to continue. And if you really want to separate yourself as an investment manager or, you know, an operational partner, you're going to have to be able to produce data and metrics that are verifiable. Because at the end of the day, you know, these institutional investors, I mean, they have their own investors and their own boards that they need to report to. So, you know, we all need to be operating off of the same playing field. So yeah, that's the last thing I'll say, but, you know, we can go on for days on this, but yeah, that's my
or a whole career, Eric, or a whole career.
I had like 15 other questions that we never got to, of course, but we knew we weren't going to get to all of them. Matthew Trowbridge, Eric Clement, thank you so much for being with us today. It's a great conversation and an incredibly important topic. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, everybody.
I will be turning things over to CEO's Deputy Editor, Tom Acatelli, for our next panel discussion, Public Policy Roundtable, the great debate around clean energy and improved building efficiencies. So I leave things in Tom's hands.
Thank you, Max. I wanted to bring on our panelists as soon as possible. We're a couple minutes in already, and ask them to, well, first of all, can everybody hear me, I assume? Yes. And ask our panelists, beginning with Sadie, to please briefly introduce themselves.
Sure. Thanks, Tom, and thanks for having me. My name is Sadie McEwen. I'm the Executive Vice President for Lending and Initiatives at the Community Preservation Corporation. CPC is a mortgage finance company that focuses on affordable housing, although we do a lot of market rate deals upstate. And for the last 15 years or so, we've had a robust sustainability initiative trying to bring high performance and energy efficiency solutions to our customers, who tend to be smaller, less sophisticated, and mired in the complexities of doing affordable housing deals.
Sarah?
Yep, Sarah King. I lead sustainability for Skanska USA Commercial Development. Skanska is a global real estate and real estate and construction company headquartered in Sweden. And here in the US, we're active as a developer in 5 markets: Boston, DC, Houston, Los Angeles, and Seattle. And we do a minimum of LEED Gold on all of our projects. Many achieve platinum, and it's great to be here with you all today.
Paul?
Thanks, Tom. Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Kazar. I'm Executive Vice President of Unibail Rodamco Westfield here in the United States. I appreciate being a part of the panel today, and I'm very proud of Westfield's efforts to be the largest listed property company in the world to launch an initiative to reduce our global emissions by 50% as a part of our Better Places 2030 campaign.
Becca?
Hi, good morning. Becca Russian, Vice President of Sustainability and Social Responsibility at Jamestown. We're a design-focused investment and management firm with about $12.4 billion in assets under management as of June 30th. We operate in major coastal markets in the US, as well as a growing footprint in Latin America and Europe. I was the firm's first full-time sustainability hire almost 9 years ago. So excited to talk about some of these topics today and how things have changed over the years.
Dana?
My name is Dana Schneider. I'm a Senior Vice President, Director of Energy, Sustainability, and ESG at Empire State Realty Trust. We're a publicly traded company with over 10 million square feet of properties, primarily commercial buildings, office space, and retail as well. Glad to be here.
Let's get right into it with a broad question. What are some of the strategies and the pathways, the ones most in use right now, to net zero carbon commercial buildings in the US?
I can jump in. I think
Okay,
the title of our session, I think, is a really foundational element. I think energy efficiency, it's something we've been talking about for decades, but I think it remains one of our most important strategies to achieve net zero. I think we're seeing a big building electrification trend. So as the grid decarbonizes and moves towards 100% renewable, if your building's all electric, you're really setting yourself up well to be net zero carbon. And then, there's interesting things that I think there's a lot of innovation in the on-site renewables space. And I think people are getting much more creative and the financing is getting easier there. And then, so all of that's on the operational side. Skanska is also thinking a lot about the embodied carbon side. So all that energy that's involved with producing construction materials, especially things like concrete and steel that are very energy intensive to produce. So I think, that holistic life cycle view of a building, I think we've got all the tools in our tool belt already. We just kind of have to put them all together to make those net zero buildings.
Hey, Sarah, I just wanted to build on that real quick. I'm glad you mentioned kind of the design and the operations side. At the risk of being boring, I think, we shouldn't underestimate the kind of initial step of getting a good, clean measurement in terms of what's driving your energy use and associated emissions. For a lot of us that, have multi-tenant buildings, it's not always an easy task to figure out how your energy is getting used. From there, you can assess performance, do audits, and kind of come up with a game plan. And then there's a lot of ways to get creative once you've, reduced that base load. But just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and I would jump in from a policy perspective and say to get to net zero, you really do need policy. And here in New York State, we have the CLCPA and the CMA in New York City, both are climate legislation, which will direct property owners in the built environment to get to that electrification that Sarah mentioned. And there will have to be a roadmap for all different property owners and all different industry types to try and get there, because we are moving to an all electric environment and renewable energy. And anyone that's left on fossil fuel is going to have to carry the cost of that infrastructure. And that's a big consideration when we're talking about particularly low and moderate income communities, and multifamily affordable housing in particular can't be left on fossil fuel to carry that infrastructure when all of the more sophisticated property owners go to all electric. So from a policy perspective, it's creating the laws, but then supporting everyone to be able to achieve the laws.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I mean, for Westfield, 90% of our energy is emission free, and we do that by our investments that we've got in our solar investments. So we've got 32,000 panels across our portfolio in the United States, over 7 centers, and the remaining credit or the remaining emissions that we reduce is based on our carbon credits that we purchase. So our goal in the next year or so is to get to 100%, and quite frankly, I think that policy will be a big contributor in helping us get there.
Mm-hmm. Now, newly developed buildings and complexes are one thing, but as far as retrofitting older buildings to meet these sorts of goals, what are some of the challenges there?
I'll go on this one. Empire State Realty Trust owns the Empire State Building, which is a great, can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a great example of, I mean, we call her 90 years young, but, in America, a 90-year-old building is no joke. And so the Empire State Building was completed in 1931, 2.85 million square feet, over 100 distinct tenants, plus the observatory and its visitors and a massive broadcast tower. So you're talking about a very complicated, large, historically preserved building in the middle of Manhattan. So we kind of think of that as the most difficult case of an existing building and what can we do there. And I love to share the story because instead of looking at it like, well, that was the Empire State Building, I'm not sure other buildings could do that. I would say, as the person who's had the privilege of running all that work since the beginning, if we can do it there, we can do it anywhere. And the approach that we took starting in 2007, that we still take today, is that first of all, the retrofitting of existing buildings to on a pathway of carbon neutrality, I think is the most important focus to take. Building net zero buildings like Skanska does is amazing. And we need to also focus on the existing buildings. We have to think about embodied carbon. We need to think about the life cycle impact of what we build and how we build it. And we need to look at the examples, like the Empire State Building and many other buildings that have demonstrated the ability to perform the proper analytics, energy modeling, blue sky thinking on what's possible in a building and overlaying the economics and the constructability, figure out what we can do. So we've implemented energy and emissions reduction measures, starting implementation in 2010, and have reduced emissions of the Empire State Building by 54% so far. We've been purchasing 100% wind power renewable energy to offset what we do use since 2011. Mm-hmm. But there's still a tremendous amount of work to do. So I would say that in the built environment, performing continuous analytics on the performance of the asset and studying what is technically and economically possible and considering things you may not have looked at before. Emissions reduction focus is different from an energy reduction focus in some ways. And so we have to be open-minded about what the future holds and what the possibilities are.
Right. Those are good points. I want to actually bring that, along those lines, somebody mentioned in the last panel how important it was to measure the energy reduction and the progress. Are there any particular metrics or technology that is in use now to measure whether this is, to measure the sustainability levels of a building or the progress on it? I imagine that it matters from the investment side too.
I think there's a number of tools out there right now to start by measuring where you are with respect to your energy usage. So Bright Power has energy scorecards, WeGoWise has a tool. Mm-hmm. And now those companies are evolving to create tools that are more specific around what is happening in a building at any moment in time so that you can measure it ongoing. There's energy management systems that an owner can put on their heating systems to see where the heat is being lost in buildings. But that has a long way to evolve. Those tools are not perfect. And we need a lot of investment, not just in buildings, but in the technologies that drive the information that will help owners make decisions about how to change those buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Sadie, I'm glad you mentioned that. One thing that I've been thinking a lot about, and Jamestown owns a diversified portfolio in terms of geography and use type. And it's really interesting to see what's available from market to market, whether it's, 100% clean energy that we can get straight from the grid in some places, but not others. But also the various tools for tracking. So, with these local regulations that require benchmarking and utility disclosure, Energy Star Portfolio Manager is kind of the free tool that anyone, at least in the US, has access to. We layer on top of that Measurable, which we use for portfolio environmental reporting. But there really, I think, is an important distinction between the tools that you use for reporting and the tools that you actually use for building level energy management. And one of the things that I found personally challenging is that the data and the metrics that I need to report to various stakeholders, investors, tenants, those are different than the data and the metrics that you need to justify a project, right? That are more kind of financial and operations focused. Typically, when I report my emissions, no one asks how much money I'm spending on utilities, right? But when you're trying to finance these projects internally or, figure out how to get things implemented, that's the first question that you get asked. And so there's a little bit of a gap there, I've found.
Yeah, I do think, the measurement piece, I think there's some interesting things where prop tech and sustainability are really lining up nicely. And I think one interesting thing that we're seeing is just this emerging ability to look, and I think Sadie was getting to this on like an hour to hour or even more granular level. And so that over time, there could be more, communication and kind of grid harmonization with as we have low carbon electrons flowing through the grid, you want to optimize so your building's using those at that time when they're more scarce. Can your building kind of either preheat or pre-cool or shift your load somehow so that you're really helping the grid and helping the system overall.
I also want to ask, what's the market demand for decarbonized buildings, for environmentally friendly buildings in general and properties? What is how does it compare?
I mean, I think we're seeing just an uptick in demand from all fronts. I think, we have, as a building developer, we have lots of different stakeholders. I think the tenants who occupy space in our buildings are certainly being more vocal in leasing conversations about looking for performance and getting smarter about the metrics they're asking about. Carbon emissions per square foot, I think, comes up more now than it did recently. I think the investor community, both on the financing side and then, if we divest a property, I think there's lots of much more savvy questions coming up there. And then I think of cities as being one of our stakeholders too. And I think that they're looking at their emissions portfolio and realizing what a big piece of the pie buildings are. And so I think, we're all part of the cities that we operate in. And so I think that that's an important stakeholder too.
Yeah, I would just build on what Sarah said. I agree with that. I think that there's certainly a increased demand for having sustainability that is integrated as part of your real estate assets. I think the one piece though is probably there needs to be, and hopefully this happens over time, a little bit more of a bridge to the investment community where that sustainability investment actually translates into something that becomes a bit more realized as a part of the tangible asset of the real estate. And I think that recognition, outside of just being a great, corporate citizen is something that we hope to see evolve over in the short term here, because again, I think the realization of the true benefit of sustainability comes out in how that becomes a bit more tangibly visible in terms of the asset value.
Yeah, and I would say
go ahead, Dana, sorry.
Go ahead, Dana, sorry.
I think this is an area that I've been researching for 20 years. And one thing I would say is that I actually think the data set is woefully inadequate. And it's something that I've been asking every board I work on or all the groups I volunteer with, whether it's the USGBC or the Institute for Market Transformation or, others who do this kind of research, and just to say, where is the data set? Because I have all the data from my own projects. I'd love to get data from so many other projects. Cushman actually put out a report last week that I thought was very useful. And after 18 years at JLL, I feel terrible to say that, but they have actually a really good study that looked at many different assets. And what you need to look at is the increased rental rates and the increased valuation of the asset itself. I'd like to see data too on the lower vacancy time. So does a unit stay vacant for less time? That's actually a huge measure and metric for REITs and for owners like us that we don't have great data set on. So we've had data for 20 years that demonstrate that sustainable spaces have higher rental rates, that they have higher sales rates for the assets. But there are so many ways to conflate that data, and causation versus correlation is a challenge. And so I think, frankly, just a better data set is necessary, and an obsolescence risk is really important now, because it started with the GSA, which is often your canary in a coal mine. Over a decade ago, I think the GSA said that they would only move or take, as the largest tenant in the country, they would only locate in Energy Star and LEED certified buildings. And so that was a great signal. I think it's really important that we don't preach too much to the choir or assume that just because, Sarah, Becca, Paul, and Tom really care about this, that everybody really cares about this. It's important for us to continue to educate. And I think legislation actually helps a lot, because even though we hear about it more than we ever did, there are still quite a lot of tenants that say it's nice, but don't require it or prioritize it as much as they should. And I do think that's really important, especially given that the role of tenants in making sure that buildings are high performers is critical.
Yeah, I just want to jump in quick on that and agree completely with it being more aspirational right now. Everybody likes it in theory, but then when you look at what it costs, it becomes very difficult. It gets value engineered out of a lot of projects because you don't have to have it. It's a nice to have, not a have to have. And the only real way to drive demand is changes in the code. And so, when places are adopting a stretch code, which will guide us and lead us to higher performing buildings, but there is that cost associated with it. And I agree with you, Dana, that more data showing the benefits, not just the costs, is needed to get more people to want it. And so, again, in New York, where we have legislation that's requiring it, we really need to create resources to support it. And one of those resources is the code. I mean, if you change the code, you can really change behavior. I also agree about tenants. We're a carbon neutral company at CPC, but it doesn't really attach, unless every company is carbon neutral in their behavior and in the way they perform within their spaces in buildings. A building can get to as low an energy footprint as it possibly can. But if its tenants aren't focused on that as well, your greenhouse gas emissions are still going to be pretty high. So it's all connected, I guess, is what I would finish that comment with.
Is it just the novelty of it, or is it the fact there aren't measuring it is still new? I mean, how do you get tenants, and how do you show them the benefits of sustainability?
Save them money. Save them money. So, I mean, I think Sadie brought up EcoWise. I mean, that's something that we're exploring as well, and we have used. Actually, it was really interesting because going through COVID last year and we shut down some of our centres, it was really interesting to see that the energy usage and what was happening with energy usage in terms of water and electricity. Because then you start to dig down and you find out that, some of these tenancy spaces perhaps aren't maintaining their mechanical units, or perhaps they've got water leaks. And so when you start looking at the data, and that's a very granular example, but when you start looking at the data and then you start translating and educating our tenants in terms of what that means for them, it becomes tangible. And so on a grander scale, and then if you start adding things like policy in there, I think it goes a long way to kind of helping them create value for the tenants, which then obviously has the flow-on effects in terms of what that means for the landlord and hence value creation. And then ultimately the reinvestment of some of that money to further enhance, what the landlords are doing or what the tenants are doing from a sustainability infrastructure standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's a great point. I think sustainability, we need to be better at storytelling and connecting this, all the good things that we put into our buildings. We need to kind of communicate, what does that mean for the occupant? What does that mean for somebody who works or lives there? And I think that the whole COVID pandemic gave us a really good opportunity to do that around health and wellness. Like, we'd been thinking about health and wellness before, we've been doing strategies to improve indoor air quality, but I think this was the moment to connect the dots. And so I think that a lot of us got a lot of practice in the last 18 months with that. And I think if we look forward to, the IPCC report came out, and, I think just the next generation of the workforce that's coming up is going to have an expectation that their employers are doing things about climate change. And I think if we can tell this story of how the building is being part of the solution instead of being part of the problem, I think that's going to go a long ways.
So a lot of this then is the private sector leading. It's not necessarily the government mandates. Like in New York City, there's something called Local Law 97, which will actually start fining owners, I believe, starting in 2024, and then really fining them in 2030 for not falling under certain emissions caps. But it sounds like from this that the private sector is actually leading the way, but trying to find a way to convey the progress. Is that wrong, or is that?
I think just to jump in, I think it's obviously a spectrum, right? So, many of us who have had, established ESG programs and have been thinking about this for a while, we saw the writing on the wall back in 2012 when the benchmarking ordinances were first getting passed. And frankly, as a company that has, ambitious ESG goals, these regulations, help us get the data that we were previously having trouble getting, like the tenant data, as we discussed. And so, what I really like to see is synergies between what's required by law and what we aim to do anyway as a company, right? So reducing our emissions is a great example of that. I think real estate firms thrive on flexibility. And, in terms of being regulated, it's important, what the nitty gritty details are. I think the offset language in the New York regulation is a great example of that as a potential challenge. But at the end of the day, I think it gives landlords, more flexibility to work with our tenants and our management teams. And another thing I'll add is that, I think things are becoming a lot more dialogue based. So, I'm still receiving questionnaires where they just, want me to fill it out and send it back. But at the same time, I think I'm also getting a lot more requests for conversations, and, whether it's a tenant or even a potential investor, they really want to understand what you're doing. And I think, my strategy has been, at Jamestown, to make sure that we have kind of baseline practices across the portfolio, but then lots of room to kind of partner and find innovative solutions so that we're, not only staying on track for our own targets, but helping our tenants achieve their goals as well.
And I just want to jump in from my perspective as a lender, and our role in the private sector. I mean, lenders need to start recognizing the risk of not becoming more sustainable and of not providing deeper energy efficiency, reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. To Becca's point, in New York City, you'll be fined soon. I think it was you that said that, Tom, actually, but you will be fined soon. The fines are dear. And so as a lender, I'm concerned about what that's going to do to the cash flow of the buildings that I have financed. And so we need to start underwriting that now. And having said that, financing, it plays a role, and it can be a huge solution. So if the first mortgage, which is the cheapest capital in the market and the longest term market in the capital, opposed to other, financing mechanisms for energy efficiency and high performance, which are shorter term, higher rate, if we just incorporate all of these fixes into the capital improvements of a building and reach further, we can drive deeper energy efficiency, drive down greenhouse gas emissions. And the financial tool, the first mortgage, can be a tool, whether it's providing a little bit extra leverage in our LTV calculations or a little bit lower debt coverage ratio because we're not recognizing the full performance of a building, but really using the first mortgage tool, which frankly touches almost every building in the built environment, and enhancing that tool and the other tools that go along with first mortgage financing. If we enhance those tools to reach further to net zero, I think that will help us drive demand, which will then drive all of the tools that we need to measure performance, all of the technologies we need to improve our heating systems and our cooling systems. It will really, if money demands that we all change, we will all change very quickly because we all rely on financing for the properties that we own, whether they're commercial, residential, or industrial. So I think it's an important piece that doesn't get talked about enough.
Well, can we talk about the money in general? Where does the money come from for these sustainability efforts, especially new development in older buildings too?
So I think this is one of the biggest challenges. Is initially when we started to talk about this, everyone said, well, who else is going to pay for it, right? In New York, it's like, is the utility company going to give me an incentive? Is NYSERDA going to pay for this? The response to that is no. Incentives are this tiny little dot in an ocean of capital. And so we need to start to engage private capital in all of its forms to figure out how to integrate high performance and net zero into the properties that they're financing. Because without private capital doing that, we're not going to get there. It's the largest source of capital in the market. Incentives, there's ways to incent around tax abatements, utility abatements. There's ways to increase cash flow at a building, but increasing cash flow should only be there to leverage additional private debt. So the answer is the owner is going to pay for it in some form, perhaps being incented by a utility company or another source from the government or a tax abatement or something like that. But at the end of the day, the owner has to pay for it. And what I would also like to just ask the owners is, when you think about local laws, for instance, in New York that require you to fix your facades, local law 11 every however many years that is, or ADA requirements to adapt your buildings to be ADA compliant. How do you pay for that? I know getting to high performance and net zero is more expensive, but I think of those things the same way. And so I wonder if you do as well.
Yeah, does anybody else want to chime in on this? We're talking about the financial sources.
I'll just make a quick point. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Becca, go ahead.
Please, Becca,
I
go
was just
ahead.
going to say, for us, I'm glad you made this point, Sadie. It's like, it's really part of, strong due diligence and underwriting. So, we look at this stuff, from the pre-acquisition phase, and then, also kind of revisit during our annual budgeting cycles. So a lot of our work ends up being capital. Some of it could even be operational. We have projects where, TI improvements or, helping to improve our energy performance. I'm particularly interested in alternative methods like managed energy services agreements, especially anything with the guaranteed savings. I think that really speaks to owners. And I'm also just kind of curious how people are going to use PACE, property assessed clean energy financing. I'm not convinced that it's an appropriate tool for us right now, because I just think that it's complicated, but that doesn't mean that it's not the best tool for somebody else to use. So I'm just curious if anybody on the panel is looking at that.
Glad that you brought that up, Becca, because in working to, part of, I think, all of our jobs is making the case to invest in energy, sustainability, health, wellness, any form of ESG, so call it all those things. That business case ultimately has to be financial, I think. And regardless of what our commitment to environmental stewardship may be as individuals, at the end of the day, we all have shareholders and we have to make a business case for them. And so I think that, I think Paul mentioned it in the beginning, you show people how it saves them money. But the demonstration that the incremental cost of designing and building or retrofitting a super high performing space is not only not that high, but also has an incredible payback, and educating people about that is huge. It's been a big part of my focus, and our focus at Empire State Realty Trust is like, take all these tenants where we've studied this and share with everybody that when we did this, for Sarah, we did this with Skanska in 2008. We worked together as partners, landlord, tenant, and we demonstrated, I think, a 4.7% incremental cost of a super efficient, at that time, LEED Platinum, 57% energy reduction under a 5-year payback in a 15-year lease. Those metrics from a financial perspective are outrageous. And we proceeded to do that study in all the tenants that came after Skanska. We did it with GBG, we did it with LinkedIn, we did it with Shutterstock, and all these new tenants that were coming in, and proved with every single one of them a 20 to 57% energy reduction with a payback of under 5 years. The study upfront is something we as ESRT actually paid for, because we wanted to demonstrate, we did an energy model, and thank you to NYSERDA for incentivizing those studies, because doing those studies right is the key. A normal, typical project would never even do that study. A normal mechanical engineer would not even try if their tenant wasn't asking, or if their client wasn't asking. And so I think a shift in the way we all do business would help. And I think Sadie talked about the code changes that need to happen. Right now, the code in New York City, which is aggressive, was passed before Local Law 97, so it doesn't even align with that yet. Mm-hmm. And without that kind of standardization, we're in a position to be playing catch up already. And on the financial case, I have to agree with Becca. It hasn't been access to funds that has slowed progress where we'd want to see it. It's the decision about where to spend the capital available. And PACE financing, I think, is still tricky for a lot of publicly traded companies and REITs, because it primes the mortgage.
And I think as a ground up developer that's primarily doing new construction and not retrofits, I think what we've learned, and I think our LEED journey and our commitment to LEED informs this, is that, maybe what used to be kind of a bigger premium, if you really, there's no substitution for really setting out your vision at the very beginning of a project and being super clear about what level of performance you're aiming for, and getting all of your design team partners on board at those early stages. And, so my working hypothesis is that moving from a LEED Platinum building to a net zero building isn't ultimately going to cost us that much more. We'll see some cost shifts, but if we set out with that ambition at the beginning and don't kind of get all the way through design and then think, oh, we want to do something different, I think that's going to be where a lot of these cost savings come through.
Mm-hmm. We have a few questions coming in from the audience, but I wanted to ask, One last thing, like you hear a lot about ESG now and a renewed commitment to it, especially, in the last, even before the pandemic, as far as healthy buildings go. How do companies work that in terms of where to put capital? The commitment to ESG, how do you?
I mean, I think for me, it kind of builds on what I was just saying. I think, we're self-financed at Skanska, so we have a little bit of extra flexibility to kind of invest a little bit more in some of the sustainability or innovation aspects of buildings. But I think it really does, you think about how you're going to differentiate that asset. And I think coming out of the pandemic, there's no room for kind of average assets. And so we all need to be thinking about how is this building, outperforming on all of the ESG aspects, and how are we as a developer kind of bringing that commitment and showing that. And then I think it gets back to something we talked about earlier of it would be awesome to have more comps, more net zero commercial spec office building comps that we could compare those. Are they achieving more rents? We think they will. Will they trade at higher values? We think they will. But we're so early that we don't have a lot of that data to compare with.
I actually had one last question. I'm sorry, this actually lines up with a question from one of our viewers, but beyond adjusting for energy consumption, how can an owner operator reduce emissions and make a building more sustainable beyond just reducing the energy consumption? What are some other things?
Well, I think there's also some examples, and this is the point I was going to make earlier, because I agree with what Dana and Sadie said. But there are developers now that are kind of out of necessity looking at making these capital investments outside of obtaining financing or sources of incentives. And one area is on-site batteries, right? And so as batteries proliferate, and especially when you look at states like California, where the cost of utility is so incredibly high, is developers investing in these battery storage facilities that enable them to capture some of the additional energy usage during low peak times to offset the costs associated with significant rate increases during peak demand times. And so that's a way that that in some respects they're not only able to reduce costs, but they're also adding to sustainability by more effectively using or harnessing that electricity. And doing so by kind of leveraging the technology that exists today. That's going to advance, and then kind of goes to the next point, Tom, of kind of saying, so how are developers then looking at kind of infrastructure that they need to invest in to become truly sustainable on site? And that's a whole different conversation. But anyway, to the point is, I know that there are developers right now, Westfield included, that are looking at that sort of on-site technology to be able to help add into the sustainability, but also to be self-sustainable.
So these are on-site battery facilities?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a couple other ways to get at sustainability other than energy efficiency are where you locate your development. Certainly being in a walkable community near transit is a more sustainable way to develop real estate. And then embodied carbon. Where are you buying your materials? What are those materials made of? Are they high carbon and carbon intensive themselves? So there's lots of other ways to look at it beyond just the building operation.
This has been fantastic, and we only have about 7-8 minutes left. I want to get to the questions from the audience. So this is the first one, and I think we touched on some of this, but how do you manage budget and cost to implement these measures? These are often premiums that may not be covered by rent. How are tenants cooperating to make buildings more efficient?
I actually just put a link to studies that we did with ULI and with the NRDC to just publish all the case studies on tenant energy optimization specific to that question. It sounds easier than it is to just show that the incremental cost is low and that the savings and financial returns are so beneficial. And it's not too difficult. I think the biggest challenge is that you kind of have to run two scenarios in the design process and show a code compliant design, baseline energy performance versus the energy performance of what you're proposing, which hopefully is 20, 30, 40% more efficient. And then you can run calculations based on energy savings emissions reductions, fine reductions that go along with that, as well as the incentives you'd qualify for that you would not otherwise do. And together, in our experience, at least, that has had an outstanding payback, like I said, under 5 years. And it's a package of projects. I think that's really important too, that you don't just look at one thing, right? We don't look at a space and just retrofit lights. You want to look at a space and look at all the things that you could do and how they interact with each other. So you look at your envelope, you look at your HVAC, you look at the behavior of all the people in the space and how much stuff they leave on when no one's there for 6 months, for example. And it's, you know, there's just so much opportunity, not only from a technical perspective, but frankly, from a behavioral perspective. But the design piece is to actually analyze what can be done, how much energy it saves, and what the cost of those two different options are. You make your business case on the delta.
Mm-hmm. Another question, construction cost decision makers are often separate from planners, investors at one end and occupants at the other. How can you tie all to the shared financial investment of sustainable solutions so that items aren't engineered out because they are nice to have? That makes sense?
I don't have a super firm answer to this one, but it's something that I was thinking about as you were chatting, Dana. I mean, I feel like the most successful projects are ones that really have an integrated team, right? Where you have everyone thinking from their specific area of expertise. And I'll just say that, you know, one of my kind of proudest, the things I'm most proud of in my time at Jamestown has been to see how much my colleagues have grown and kind of taken on the responsibility for helping us meet our ESG targets. You know, it's not something that can just live within a small sustainability team or even with companies that don't even have a sustainability team. You know, I think you really have to educate your brokers, your property managers, your construction managers, you know, your architects, and be really intentional about, you know, what you endeavor to do. And we've seen some great creativity and frankly, you know, some of our best ideas have come from our internal like innovation ideas program. Mm-hmm. And there are things that, you know, we've been pushed to try new things that we wouldn't have otherwise explored or evaluated. So that's just one thing I wanted to add on that note.
And I would add professional certifications for designers, for contractors around all of the new requirements as it relate to, you know, the emerging laws. And you know, we typically don't ask a lot of the trades to recertify every year, or the sales representatives, frankly, the suppliers who are out there selling the materials. Everyone needs to be educated across the board. Also building inspectors, local municipal officials. I mean, education is the key at every single level, and the curriculum needs to be consistent across the entire spectrum. And that needs to be then under the umbrella of a large public awareness campaign so that residents and tenants are also understanding it and asking for it and supporting it when it's being sold to them.
Yeah. And I think, you know, as an integrated construction company and real estate developer, I think that it really is so, like, to build on Becca's point, that having your construction partners and other design team partners, your MEP, your structural, everybody at the table with you early, I think is so important for these high performance and high ambition buildings. And I would say, especially on the embodied carbon front, that construction developer owner partnership is really important.
We might have time for one more question. This is pretty interesting. Many leading companies with long-standing ESG practices are starting to measure renewable energy consumption and emissions on an hourly basis. Are any of the panelists considering these new principles?
I'll just say, when we were chatting about batteries earlier, one of the things that I've been thinking about is like real-time carbon emissions from the grid, and you know how that might change some of the algorithms with batteries that are now focused on providing grid capacity, but don't necessarily charge themselves up when emissions are the lowest. So I've been thinking about it. It's not yet something that my stakeholders are demanding. And so it's not really something that I've been able to justify an expense to kind of look at further. But, you know, I do think it's very interesting.
Yep. And we've done a pilot with Grid Optimal on one of our buildings to kind of look at that load curve and see how could we shift that or do some on-site energy storage to kind of to make exactly the progress that Becca was alluding to there.
Mhm. We got time for more. What partners are you typically engaging with on your sustainability initiatives? It's kind of a broad question, but
I think there's so many, but for this crowd and based on the kinds of questions people were asking, I think that one of the most important is MEP engineers. So because that's where, at least, I mean, my background's mechanical engineering, so I'm probably biased, but the energy and emissions performance of these buildings is very heavily driven by the HVAC systems, by the building management systems, by the control sequence in place, which is a whole other really dorky panel by itself, where I've spent a ton of time trying to rewrite them. And also the training of the people who run the building and a proper tenant engagement program. On top of that, you can overlay, obviously, the importance of architects and not only energy efficiency, but even more so health and wellness. And waste management, things like that. And then the partners for energy procurement to work on more sustainably sourced renewable supply chain.
I believe that's all we have time for. This was a great panel and very timely topic. So I want to thank everybody for participating and thank the audience for their questions at the end. And I believe I'll turn over the next panel of the day, the topic of the day, convergence of prop tech and sustainability, with moderator Jared Green.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much,
guys.
Tom. All right. Hopefully you can hear me okay. We are here. So I want to start by, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Jared Green, a geotechnical practice leader at Langen Engineering Environmental Services. We'll now go through and let each of the panelists introduce themselves. We'll follow the flyer. So we got Jay first, then Abigail, then Eric, then Sonu.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jay Cross. I'm president of Howard Hughes Corporation.
All right. Morning, Jay.
Hi, I'm Abigail Dean. I'm head of strategic insights at Nuveen Real Estate.
Morning and welcome. Eric.
Oh, hi. I'm Eric Horvat. I'm head of real estate for Oleon America.
Excellent. And last but not least.
Hi, Jared. Sonu Panda. I'm CEO of Prescriptive Data. Some of you might know who we are as a company, but short version of it is smart building technology company based here in New York City. And before we get going, Jared, I got to tell you two things. One, you have absolutely the very best Zoom game I think I've ever seen, and that is an exceptionally strong pocket square game as well.
Wow. So with that, man, I don't know where to go from there, but we're going to talk about prop tech and sustainability. Thank you, Sonu. Let's see. As prop tech and sustainability are evolving very quickly, what are you all thinking? Is it, the future strategic developments? What are you all thinking? I know that some folks like Jay would probably be looking at this from larger scale. Some of you are thinking for individual properties, but what's your initial feedback on that? How are you planning? Anybody?
Well, I'll start because I think I hear from Sonu in the sense that we're starting to really think more seriously about, a sort of more vibrant ESG strategy. And so when people say we're going to reduce greenhouse gases by 50% by 5 years from now, no one really can explain how you're going to do it. And so I think what we're starting to realize is that one of the ways in which we have to get smarter is to have continuous data. And if we have continuous data, then we can apply analytics. And that's the way we can set rational annual goals that we can really measure, month to month, quarter to quarter. So that's our game plan. I don't know how easy it's going to be to implement, but that's the way we're approaching it.
Okay, got it. When you say continuous data, I mean, the technology
data from the buildings. Yeah, but it's like where we run master plan communities. So we've got office, retail, hospitality, we've got open spaces. So there's mobility issues. This is a lot of moving parts to try and get good, clean data that you can work with.
Okay, got it. Anybody else on the panel? Initial thoughts there?
And I think for us, PropTech has such an obvious capability to help us address some of those fundamental challenges that we have when looking at ESG. So much about ESG does come down to this data challenge, as Jay's mentioned. So being able not only to track data coming out of buildings, but also being able to take data from lots of different sources and fill in data gaps. So for example, being able to use knowledge of what the typical energy consumption of different buildings in different parts of the world might be, what different characteristics about buildings might mean that they are higher or lower energy intensity, being able to use that to model out where there might be, if we have a large global portfolio, so being able to understand where we might have buildings where we have incomplete data, being able to pinpoint what other characteristics might point to those being higher energy users is very useful. That's particularly the case where we might be providing debt for buildings, for example, so we might not have that flow of actual information, or where tenants are using the energy and are not providing that data to us. So I think there are solutions out there that can really help on that regard. And then I think the other side of the coin is that there are so many PropTech solutions now that can help us to actually reduce energy in buildings. So monitoring energy consumption in a really detailed way throughout buildings and enabling us to make sure that things are turned off when they're meant to be turned off, to ensure that things aren't working too hard. That so much of I think a good sort of 20 to 30% of energy reduction in any building can come just from that kind of continual monitoring. So that's really valuable source of technology that's now becoming quite widespread.
Got it. And when you find that you need to fill in the blanks, I mean, how does one even figure that out, Abigail? I mean, it seems like, especially when you have a global portfolio. I mean, what's this team look like of people that are figuring something like that out?
Emerging. I mean, I think there's, what we're trying to do is use information that we have about buildings as proxies. So build up a picture of what we might expect the average energy intensity of an office or a retail or an industrial building in a certain location to be, and then test that to see, well, what about this age of building? What about a building with this type of HVAC set up in it? What about a building with this type of tenant in it? And the richer we can make that database of information, the more intelligent we can make our estimates when we don't have that. And that's particularly useful as well at the point of acquisition, when you often have an imperfect picture of what the energy profile of a building might be. You're obviously always looking to fill that in with actual information, but it's really useful to have a reasonable estimate of what it might be before you have that actual data.
Got it. Thank you so much. Eric, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, first, I think great points by Jay and Abigail. And, I can't now unsee what Sanu said about your setup. I think it is fantastic.
Thank you.
No, I think the other thing is that if you do both of what Jay and Abigail mentioned, you're making it tangible. And I think ultimately it helps you lease buildings or, get the right tenant base, because people, this is in every, report you see now of, institutional, businesses, and they care about it and it's part of their mandate. And I think if you can make it a real thing and not in the ether, but it's, tangible with data and you're tracking it appropriately, you're going to be able to do better from a business standpoint. So I think, this all comes around to doing the right thing and then also being able to, have a product that people want. So.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Sonu, the troublemaker here.
Well, I'm just going to say that I'm delighted that Jay answered your question the way he did, and that Abigail followed in a very similar theme. And obviously I say that because I'm biased. We've gone through an interesting evolution, and 2021 is a particularly compelling and exciting sort of inflection point for us. Sort of phase one was just simply, how do you extract data out of existing operational technologies that have been either paid for and typically at a relatively costly clip, so that there's no rip and replace, and just sort of make sense of the kinds of data that comes out of buildings, and then do it in real time, and then ideally optimize against that data in real time. But it feels a little bit as if 2021 arrived and all of a sudden everyone woke up to the notion that the world is literally on fire. And so as a result, I think we've taken that sort of 5+, 6+ years of orientation towards just collecting data and allowed 2021 to really focus our business. I think we've been calling ourselves an operating system for buildings for quite some time. And I certainly continue to do that in some circles, but more urgently, people are starting to refer to us as a decarbonization platform for real estate with a focus on essentially 3 things. One is what we've always done, which is use artificial intelligence and algorithms in real time to reduce electrical demand or energy demand, and in so doing, produce a black and white ROI on our kit. But the other part of the equation that has become much more topical is this idea of looking at the supply side of the equation just the same. Of course, there's macro issues around getting renewable energy into Zone J through a New York-centric lens, but this idea, more broadly speaking, of being able to understand what is the electron birth certificate, the provenance of the kind of power that's being consumed, is a hot topic for us. And we're sort of bringing it all together from the point of view that all of these enterprise and certainly owner, occupier, and operator, by the way, sort of commitments towards being carbon neutral by certain dates have got to be verified. And so this idea of providing a thumbprint around every single piece of data, whether it be on the demand side or whether it be on the supply side, is something that we are spending a ton of time on, and almost unexpectedly spending that time on with some unlikely entrance into the real estate world and the building technology world, which is to say we're spending a heck of a lot of time with folks like KPMG to help us sort of audit and verify the veracity and the origin of the data that we're making these decisions on.
No, it's really interesting when you think about it. I mean, whenever you talk about large amounts of data, right, we think about garbage in, garbage out. If we're making decisions based on the data, it's got to be verified. So I think that in and of itself is a major focus for what you're all talking about here. So, let's dive down into a building. Eric, I know that, you all are pretty far along with 550 Madison. Would love to hear a little bit about the approach when you're, rethinking a project like that. Is it the LEED and the WELL certification that governs things? Is it the original visioning of the architect, of the owner? You can walk us through that a little bit. That would be great.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I mean, our goal, is really to develop a building that embodied, our sort of corporate values. One, we were focused on, one that's sort of focused on the environment and the people in it. So we bought 550 Madison in 2016. So obviously well before COVID, and we're almost, done with it, so we were, now COVID's happened and it's even more relevant, but, it is going to be LEED Platinum and WELL Gold certified. I believe it's the only building in New York City that can claim it's that standard for both at that high level. So, what does that mean? It means that, we're very energy efficient. We have increased ventilation through a system called DOAS. So, it's a MERV 15 filtration level to the building. We actually take the rainwater that hits our building and it diverts 93,000 gallons of the water to a public garden we're building in the back. So that talks about sort of the wellness component. So people actually not only have access to light and air, but nature, which is not, usual. And then I think a big thing, and I think this will be speaking to the future, and this isn't prop tech necessarily, but the most sustainable thing you can do is reuse a building and avoid additional construction waste. So, we reuse 75% of this building, basically saving the environment of digging out more things and doing that. So, whether it's energy costs because of the more efficient way, or we're using wood-based materials that are certified by FSC, it's just creating an environment I think that tenants will want sort of in the future. And the WELL component of that is very big too. So from the technology side, we're using an all-in building app that will basically be native to the building, have its own app. It'll actually, tell you what's going on that day. If you want to do yoga or if you want to do something in the garden, it's going to highlight health and wellness factors of the building to the tenant base, which I think will be a big factor too. So very proud of this asset. I think it's a special building, and ultimately it's going to be, sort of a leader. I think people will look to as they think about redeveloping buildings in the city.
Excellent. I guess there's no going back. It's like your next asset. I assume you're you continue and get better, right? You can't go backwards.
Well, we're at the top on both, but we'll see what we can do as they keep thinking about the standards.
Okay, excellent. Jay, I want to call you out. I'm going to scale up a little bit. You know, you talk about master planning for communities. What are some of the things you're thinking about as it relates to prop tech and sustainability?
Well, I think we look at when it comes to new buildings. So we're building a small medical office building in Columbia, Maryland, being for Platinum. We're using a DOAS system, as Eric mentioned. And then we transfer over to Las Vegas, where we're developing another office building with Jeannie Gang. And she really challenged us to think outside the box. And so there we're trying to use passive cooling, designing the building around the dominant wind direction, and employing shading. So there's a lot of devices now that you can start to think about architecturally that you perhaps wouldn't have thought of before because you wouldn't have been in the right mindset to justify the investment. But from our point of view, we're looking at the new investments as being the leading edge of what we want to typify, because we've got aging portfolio. We have to go back and do what we can to try and reduce energy. But keep in mind that, you know, the rents in those portfolios are lesser. So we've got a range of activities across the spectrum. So we separate the new construction from the operating portfolio. And the operating portfolio is where we're really concentrating on the data, because that's the only way we think we can really, you know, start to optimize the operating portfolio. In terms of the big communities, I think, you know, in most cases, things like utilities and road networks are laid out. But where we're looking at a blank canvas, one of the things we're thinking about some more is mobility. So, you know, how is delivery going to take place in a new community? It's one thing to have a bike path, but if you've actually got delivery paths, they're wider than bikes and they need to be able to pass each other, and you don't want them to be in the roadway. And then the other aspect of a new community is how much parking is really required or necessary versus what gets mandated by the authorities. And we think in many ways, the parking solutions of the past are pretty antiquated. So we do everything we can to try and avoid building parking garages. I'd almost rather build a service lot and know that someday we can convert that service lot into a development than build garages, which are more difficult to convert. Although some people are now building them with extra floor height so they can convert, but I think it's a heavily compromised approach.
Got it. And Sonu, what do you think are, you know, some of the major challenges to sustainable real estate? We'll focus in New York City, say.
Well, there's one, the first thing that comes to mind is one that I'm not sure that I can do anything about, and that the people that are trying to do something about it, you know, have their priorities in the right place, which is that I think the number one challenge to focusing on sustainability right now is getting people back into the office, and doing everything we can to get over, whether you call this the Delta variant phase or pandemic 2.0. And so, you know, we spent a lot of time focusing on occupancy analytics for our customers, indoor air quality analytics, in an effort to, and also tenant engagement app sort of visualizations insofar as when's the right time to come to the office, when's the lobby too busy, when are the elevators too packed, and those kinds of sort of optics to help building owners, operators, occupiers sort of more quickly transition to the way the world used to be. So I think that's well-focused and well-prioritized effort. That being said, you know, as I optimistically think to the point in time when we will look back on the pandemic, there's a couple of things that come to mind. The first one is that I see lots of owners, occupiers, and operators, to the extent that they're, you know, different stakeholders in a particular building, sort of struggling with where to start when it comes to carbon zero. You know, on the other hand of the spectrum, we see large enterprises that have massive internal infrastructure around sustainability, for whom they've got the resource and they've got the reach, and they've had the time span to think deeply about what carbon zero means for them. You know, a good example is what JP Morgan Chase has done, and clearly there are other large enterprises that are just as sophisticated that have already put together really clever commitments. But I think for everyone else, I think it'd be really helpful for us to come together as an industry, whether it be on the vendor side of the equation, or whether it be on the practitioner side of the equation, and put together sort of a 10-step plan for how to go from a standing start to having, you know, to be on the cusp of being able to release publicly a carbon zero plan. So I think this idea of sharing best practices, but doing it in a way that's actionable is something that we think a lot about. I happen to have one, as you might have guessed. So I'm happy to share that with anyone that's interested. But I'm sure that that will only get better by getting the feedback and input from lots of other folks. That's sort of one. I think the second thing is, back to Jay's comment, this orientation towards data for data's sake, which seems counterintuitive, in the sense that real estate as an industry does not necessarily do things for frivolous reasons. It's always very intentional because of the cost that's involved. But our point of view is that the most interesting optimizations and the most interesting insights are things that are not readily available or readily obvious. And so we encourage folks to get as much data as possible, have it be normalized, have it be actionable, and have a set of tools with which you can actually analyze the correlations between different data streams. So that's the second thing where I think there's going to be real sustainability-oriented benefit. I think visualization is a great place to start. Just simply put, you can't manage well if you can't measure well. But to measure well, you need to have the tools to be able to visualize what's happening in these data streams. And then the next piece that comes to mind for me is, I think people really struggle with how to replicate a good idea from an automation standpoint, and then how to stick with it. And a good idea could be a hardware retrofit. It could be a process change. It could be responding to alerts in a diligent fashion. But I think people have trouble, or operators have trouble replicating those behaviors. And so this idea of how do you automate best practices and then persist them over time? The former is savings. The latter is asset appreciation, is something that is at the heart of sustainability from our point of view. Of course, procuring renewable energy and figuring out a way to get this, whether it be through contractual sleight of hand or whether it be, physical means, getting renewable into Zone J is something we spend a lot of time on. But then lastly, I think it's fashionable to be first and to make grandiose statements. And of course, we want to be supportive of that because somebody has to set a goal, even if it's a big, hairy one. But then I think we're going to have to find a way to agree to a standard by which we can actually validate and verify movement towards that goal. I'll give you one quick example. I was on the phone with an unnamed, very large, very recognizable cloud computing vendor who was pitching me on sort of making a transition from one cloud platform to another. And one of the value props that was listed was, let us take any on-prem computing loads off your physical premise, and we'll do it in the cloud. And then you can count that as a reduction in your carbon footprint. And to be fair, that's sort of factually correct, but sort of undermines the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish, which is to stop the world from burning. Whether it burns in my backyard or your backyard, the fact that it's still burning is something that causes us a lot of concern.
A lot to think about there, a lot to unpack. And you talk about burning, I can't help but to think about, the climate crisis. We have portions, we'll just focus on the West. You have portions of the nation that are underwater and portions that are on fire. So I'd be curious, Abigail, you're thinking about your global portfolio. So we talk New York, we can talk about the US, but, globally, do you think that the real estate industry is able to change at the pace necessary to address the climate crisis?
I mean, I think that the real estate industry probably rightfully has a reputation for being quite slow to change. And when we talk about prop tech disruption, it's probably been one of the later industries to start to adapt to that wave of technological innovation. So I think there's still a big question mark about whether or not it can adapt quickly enough. And I think, as you rightly say, Jared, with the climate crisis every year becomes more stark to us all. A pace of change is necessary, and we do need to cut carbon emissions swiftly, and we do need to, as an industry, work out how to take account of climate risk in real estate investment decision making. So I think there has been a lot of movement in the last few years. I think that I've been really taken with how mainstream the discussion around the interaction between climate risk and real estate investment value has come along in the last year or so. But I think that we certainly shouldn't be resting on our laurels, and we should acknowledge that there's quite a lot still to do, and there's a big mountain to climb. When you look at things such as some of the pathways that have been set out by independent bodies of how rapid the energy efficiency improvements need to be in real estate, it's difficult to see how we're going to get there. And we need to be deploying all of the technologies that we have at our disposal. We need to be rolling out on-site renewable energy as much as we can. We need to be rolling out these technologies which enable us to make existing buildings much more efficient. We need to be designing new buildings which are much more passive and needing mechanical ventilation and heating much less. And I don't think those things are happening quickly enough at the moment.
Thank you for that, Abigail. Eric, what do you think as far as climate change? Are we doing enough? Could we be doing more? What should we be doing? Are we moving fast enough? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think Abigail summarized it really well, and I think we can always do more, and it's an evolutionary process. So ultimately, in the different areas and markets we're in, and we're a global firm, we see things, and I cover the country, so it is different depending on where you're at, and you need to react differently and think about how you address that specific market. So, but I thought Abigail summarized it very well as well.
Excellent. And Eric, what are your thoughts on when you talk about the global footprint? The ESG is the ESG and sustainability, are they the same? Are they different? Because we're hearing the conversations at different times, and then sometimes we're hearing them together. What are your thoughts as we think about things globally?
Yeah, I think most people, I'd be curious to hear the other panelists' thoughts on this, but I think when they hear ESG, they're really thinking E, and
yeah,
what you're talking about. There are greater attempts to focus on, I think as I meant as well, but sustainability and but also how it affects the people, and then ultimately, are you doing the right thing from the governments? Is your corporation and your business set up the right way to address this, so that it's not a one-time solution, but you're creating almost an ecosystem, so that you're addressing each investment properly in different areas and regions, because as we just said, things are different, and so how do you address them appropriately? I don't know if it's a one-size solution fits all, but no, I think people focus on one area and then think that they're meeting ESG, and I think you need to think about each aspect and really determine the best metrics for your individual firm and the particular real estate you're looking at.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, and I'd be curious to hear from others what their thoughts are there. And then how do you avoid the challenge of just focusing in on your trophy? Like, how do you get so that all of your portfolio is reflecting what we could call an evolution in your culture or your real estate development practice?
I would say one thing on that, which is so we have big trophy assets like 550, which are very special, and we talked about that. And we also have things like 40,000 apartments across the country in different markets, and a lot of it's workforce housing product that is 70s, 80s, 90s vintage, and they all are different. And so, for some of those, the big wins are putting low flow toilets in or shower heads that are much more energy efficient, right? And that sounds like no big deal, but it's huge, and it makes a massive impact. Energy Star appliances too, and then I think as you evolve and you look to do better, you're talking about property technology is, you install ability to be able to turn down temperature in 40,000 apartments when they're vacant, and the contractor comes in and turns it to 60 degrees on a 100-degree day and walks out. That has a massive impact into energy efficiency long term, and ultimately, and that's protocol driven about making sure you have the right system. So that's very different than super fancy stuff in Midtown, but I think it's equally as important.
Excellent. Thank you. Any of the other panelists?
Well, just one comment. I was going to say, Eric, I love the example you just gave of turning the dial a little bit across a significant footprint can have just as much impact as turbocharging a trophy property. But going back to how you asked the question, Jared, I'll just offer that. Part of the reason why it makes sense to operate within a trophy property is because people are paying attention to it, and it's potentially equivalent to turning the small dial across a big footprint. The fact of the matter is that we need people's attention on success stories, and that's only for the owner operator to be able to tout. It's also building operators themselves to be, to have a sense of pride around their contribution. And if they're part of that story, and if we sort of, play the PR game correctly internally within buildings, internally within portfolios, it will drive adoption.
I'll just chime in a little bit. So we're a relatively new company. Howard Hughes is only 10 years old, but we've got assets that are 50 years old. So Columbia, Maryland, which was Jim Rouse developed, and George Mitchell, the Woodlands outside of Houston. So we've got a portfolio of a great deal of diversity, and we did not have a conscious approach to sustainability when I got there just less than a year ago. So when we first got in, already ESG was the bigger topic. And so the way we've been starting to look at it in the last year is that everything we do is through the ESG lens. So and started with convening a DEI committee amongst the staff, coming up with recommendations, and we have a risk committee of a subcommittee of our board, which is unusual for a company of our size. We are in Houston, we can be exposed to extreme weather events, so resiliency is becoming a big part of it. And so the way we look at ESG, it's there to do good. And so we measure, while we are concerned about LEED certifications and we want to get all our buildings LEED certified, sometimes the LEED certification is not necessarily doing as much good as something else you could be doing on water or biodiversity or operations. And so we're trying to think about, what can we do that changes behavior? What are the things that we can do that people see and touch every day? So waste management, water management, in addition to energy, materiality in terms of what goes in new buildings, and what do we do when we go to retrofit old buildings by sort of being more conscious of embodied carbon. I would say we're less concerned about climate change because we think if we're concerned about natural capital, we'll be doing the right things towards climate change. And I don't think it's climate change per se is going to affect the lives of our residents on a day-to-day basis. It's more these other, protecting the environment, conserving the environment. And I think that's where we've been taking the approach, and we figured that we're going to have to make trade-offs, and it's going to cost us money. So the way we look at it is we've got an NOI for the company, and some portion of that NOI is going to be eroded, if that's okay, because there's financial capital, there's natural capital. As long as you're working your capital streams both productively, the market will reward you for it. And I think that's a little bit of what you've seen BlackRock say to companies, that if you've got an ESG strategy, we think over the long haul, you're going to be a more valuable company. But it's not necessarily going to show up on the stock ticker price every day. But we think it's worth pursuing.
Excellent. And Abigail, anything to add there?
And I think I think there were some interesting points that Sonu and Eric made about the kind of focus on trophy buildings versus the large number of other assets that maybe don't get as much attention. And I really agree that trophy buildings can be very useful to highlight the real advances that can be made in environmental efficiency. But there is undoubtedly more value to be had to the from a sustainability perspective from making those incremental changes across a wide spectrum of other real estate, and you can have real social value through doing that as well. And I think another thing that we can't forget is that there is significant embodied carbon associated with new development. So if you're doing a big trophy building ground up development using a lot of steel, glass and concrete, then the embodied carbon associated with that will probably be typically would be equivalent to about 50 years worth of operational energy. So the most sustainable thing we can do is to enhance and preserve and adapt what is already there, make that better for the vast tracts of people who are using that property on a daily basis, and ensure that that property is fit for the future and is doing its job. Hopefully we can take some of the lessons learned in those trophy buildings and apply those at scale to those other buildings, but really cracking that nut of how do we adapt the existing building stock to be fit for the future is I would say the biggest challenge that we as an industry have to face.
Got it. We're going to take some questions from the audience. Before we do it, I want to ask you, Abigail, would you say that prop tech is always the answer, or are there some challenges that really can't be addressed by technology?
Yeah, I think certainly there are some challenges that can't be addressed by technology. I think technology has a really valuable role to play, and we should be embracing it and using it to its full extent. But with this kind of challenge, what we can't lose sight of is the really important role that engagement plays. So engagement with building occupiers, engagement across the real estate sector, so with designers, with architects, with construction operators. This is something where everybody collectively has to work together, and sometimes technology can get in the way of that. So I think that the fostering that engagement and ensuring that we're all working together and having those conversations is really important to answering this challenge. And where we can utilize technology to enable that, then that's great. But we can't lose sight of the importance of that collaborative working.
Excellent, excellent. So here's a question to anyone that wants to take it. It's coming from the audience here. The question is, what is better to emphasize for carbon reduction, off-grid energy resources or passive house energy use reductions? Don't all jump at the same time.
One thing that I would say is that we use the energy hierarchy. So that means reduce your energy first and make your energy use more efficient. Then go to renewable energy, and then finally offsetting. So, what's important with renewable energy is that there's an element of additionality there. So, yes, procuring renewable energy is good. Installing new renewable energy is even better. So, I don't know if that helps.
Okay. Anybody else? But that's pretty bulletproof there. Okay. Another question here. What do you think of delivery of goods by boat, either directly or delivering e-micro vehicles for the last mile? So in New York City, where there are over 500 miles of shoreline, what's more sustainable?
Well, I think if you're delivering by boat, unless you're going to sail up and down the East River like the old clipper ships, you're not going to be particularly renewable. So I think the small micro vehicles are likely going to see enhanced features. But again, in a complex urban environment like New York, it's going to be very difficult. It's one thing in a brand new environment where you can sort of map out dedicated routes. I think they're going to have a hard time with New York sidewalks, indoor streets, indoor bike lanes.
I mean, as always, it comes down to, it may not be one solution fits all. So if if you're smack dab on the water at Domino, sugar factory, maybe some guy can drive a boat up there. But other than that, I agree with Jay. You're going to be, figuring out how to get there in different manners.
Excellent, excellent. Anybody else?
I
what you already see are the bikes with trailers, and I think that's a delivery mechanism that could work, better and better. And they don't necessarily have to be. They can be e-bikes, obviously, but they're narrow. So I think that's the big advantage for them, and they can go up and down on curbs or sidewalks and into buildings if necessary. I see that as a potential solution, even for a city like New York, but maybe something a little more protected than just a kid on a bike. But very small three-wheeled vehicles could do the same job.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think you were going to.
Sorry. I was just going to say that I think that kind of relationship between transport and real estate is a really interesting one, and significant changes to transport infrastructure and transport habits have always driven significant changes in real estate and in cities. So I think we are about to see another significant shift in transport, and the extent to which the electrification of vehicles takes hold in the next decades or so will be interesting to see, and what that means for the need for buildings to provide that charging infrastructure, the changing how car parks will change, whether demand for them will alter, is something that real estate investors will have to give significant consideration to in the future.
Excellent, excellent. I'd be curious to hear what folks are thinking from a public safety standpoint. I mean, this is a major concern for a lot of tenants, and building managers I assume, are looking for cutting edge providers to transform their properties. What are you all doing for your assets in your portfolio as it relates to public safety?
I actually have an interesting example, although I want to defer to the people on the call that actually run real estate day to day. But just to give you a quick example, we talked about this idea that knowing where people are and knowing where they aren't is sort of a form of looking after them while they're in your property, making sure that air quality is up to scratch, ASHRAE standards, et cetera, at the right place in the right time is a similar theme underneath the heading of sort of safety and security and what have you. There's a third one, though, that is interesting and that has uniquely a very hard dollar ROI associated with it. And it's something that we've been focused on for quite some time and is now starting to get the attention of significant industry stakeholders. And this is this idea of treating water as a resource within the real estate environment that's just as precious as energy is, from the point of view of leak detection and the risk associated with not paying attention to water in real time. So there's everything from, if you've got 40,000 apartments, Eric, you care deeply about the fact that a leak in one apartment could put one, or depending on its location within the building, a whole series of apartments out of production or out of revenue generating state. That's one way to look at it. But just this notion that bathrooms are flooded or that people are going to slip and fall is something that has put us in a position where we're likely, things are slow going when it comes to the insurance industry, but likely this time, sort of 4 or 5 months from now, we should have a significant partnership with an insurance company where this real-time sensing capability is the basis for premium reduction on the part of the insurer to the insured, and also just a way to provide yet another dimension of safer occupancy when you're in a building, whether it be multifamily residential, whether it be industrial, whether it be commercial.
Thank you for that. Anybody else regarding public safety?
Well, I think the camera technology has come a long way. And so, it's a very important concept at Hudson Yards, for instance. And it's amazing how many different ways in which you can use it. And as you apply artificial intelligence to scan the feeds, I think you get a very sort of proactive approach to safety. And once people know that it's there, I think that there's an enhanced feeling of comfort as well.
I agree with that. And I think the other thing is, what's the confluence of safety and ease of use, because you're looking for things to be, user friendly for tenants, because you can be the safest building in the world and no one wants to be around it because it's difficult to access or whatever. So what you'll see a lot, or have seen a lot, is, how do you have touchless entry? I agree with the thing of, you're having ramps or other ways for people that have needs to be able to access things easily, and maybe not even have to grab a turnstile or a door because it just automatically opens for you, or the elevator for that matter. So I think you're seeing a lot of those changes, and I agree with Jay that the technology around security and cameras and things of that nature have made it easier to keep things safe.
Excellent. So just housekeeping here. We've got 3 minutes, so we're getting ready to land the plane here. As we're thinking about the future. Right now, we don't know what the future looks like because we're sitting, some of us were home, right? As we start to transition back to more normalcy, people going back into offices, some people still working from home. What does that mean for prop tech? Does that mean prop tech has to remain nimble? Like, what does it mean? What are you all thinking as we're closing here?
I would just say that from my perspective, the work from home, the pandemic has basically left us forward, 10 years on prop tech, of people utilizing it and thinking about how it can be a benefit. And we're all, I'd like to think we're coming back to work, and that there's a benefit to the collaboration you have together. But I don't think that means prop tech goes away. I just think you advance the ball. So now you have an easier life, and it's hopefully more productive.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yeah. I think people are going to be looking for a reason to come to the office, and it's beholden on us to help give them that. So when you're coming into the office, you want to be collaborating with colleagues, and technologies can really help in terms of differentiating that time in the office, time out of the office, which tasks are going to be better done in and out of the office. I think, Eric, you mentioned about that confluence of safety and also ease of use. I think the interaction with office buildings needs to be seamless, and people need to really actively want to be there. So I think PropTech can really help to deliver those kinds of environments that people are really enthusiastic about being in, and I think the sustainability of space will become ever more important as well.
Excellent. Jay, 30 seconds. Sonu, 30 seconds.
A little bit of a contrarian. I think prop tech is here to stay. I think the challenge for prop tech is scaling fast enough because the industry is so fractionalized. So take something like smart locks. You've got so many people in the smart lock space. If you're building an apartment building today, which one do you pick? Do you try and pick one for your entire portfolio, knowing that 6 months, 12 months from now, there'll be a better smart lock? It's really difficult to keep up. I think the things you don't see are the ones that are going to be most useful, the ones that really do help us monitor our buildings, collect the data as to how the buildings are behaving and the people are behaving within them so that we can make adjustments on the fly. I think that's a big part of what the future of prop tech will be.
Excellent. Thank you. Sonu, you have the last word, 30 seconds.
Well, just in terms of prop tech, I mean, I think prop tech is going to stay. Obviously, I've got a vested interest in it, but mainly because it introduces an element, or it increases an element of flexibility and modularity that goes hand in hand with the concept of hybrid work. It's the how that also matters. And so I'm quite confident in that regard. I think the other part of it, though, is I love the office. I love to come every single day. And if I didn't, I don't know where my son would store all of his paper mache. So all things considered, I think it's going to be awesome. It's going to be different, but I'm confident that it will be awesome in its own way.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Jay. Thank you, Abigail. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Sonu. That closes our panel. Feel free to reach out to them. If you clicked the link a few seconds ago, you can continue the conversation. But now we're going to move to Finance Forward. And this is mobilizing capital through ESG investing and C-PACE lending. I'm going to turn over to Dan Winters, who's going to moderate that next session. Bye now.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you, Jared. That was tremendous. Our awesome job by our host, especially being able to attract Abigail Dean, one of the foremost leaders when it comes to ESG in the EU. My name is Dan Winters. I'm head of Americas with GRESB, and I'm joined today by two great colleagues. We're going to be solely focused here in the US because we want to talk about PACE. We're going to have a 30-minute fast-paced conversation about PACE. What is PACE? It's a financing mechanism that's emerged here in the US. And so we're going to talk about where you can attract some money. And we're going to do it from a high-low perspective. I'm very excited about the two groups that we have today, or our two panelists. So on the one hand, we're going to start with Laura Rappaport, and she comes at this from a long-standing Wall Street background, spent her education at Wharton, at Penn, and brings a lot of real high-level Wall Street expertise to this. On the other side, we've got Daley Tipton, and he is amazing. He has invested his career in energy efficiency, has a background with the Navy, did the UT thing, and also from Auburn. So we're going to take this, a Wall Street and a Main Street approach. First thing that we want to do is we want to talk about, what is PACE? And Laura, I do want to start and turn to you. You've developed this great presentation and really laid out the issues. So tell us a little bit about yourself and tell us about this program and what's attracted you to it.
Thank you. So nice to be with both of you. Thank you for having me, Commercial Observer. So my name is Laura Rappaport. I founded Northbridge as a company at the intersection of real estate and ESG, seeing an opportunity for people in real estate to really embrace ESG and how to integrate it into different properties. My background, as Dan says, I actually started my career at Lehman as their first analyst in their European CMBS group, so crossing the pond a bit, but spent most of my career on the commercial development side at Tishman Speyer, then L&L Holding Company for nearly a decade, where I built 425 Park. I ran capital raising and then left to start Northbridge. So what is PACE? That's the question I get from most people. People have never heard of it. They have some very strong preconceived incorrect notions. It's just a kind of high level. PACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy. That's different from our PACE. You may see something from Jamie Oliver. That's not what we're talking about here. And it's a public-private partnership whereby a private lender, in this case Northbridge, can lend on the energy efficient improvements in a building. The public side is that it's paid out through real estate taxes. It is non-recourse, fully prepayable, fixed, and acts somewhere between ground lease meets mezz. It's like a ground lease in that it's paid out through real estate taxes before your first mortgage. But unlike a ground lease, it's fixed, fully prepayable, decreases over time. And it's also fully reimbursable, which is a really nice element we should talk about later. And it's like mezz, and that could be incremental financing. Usually, not always, but usually we're in addition to a senior lender. And so we'll go up to 90% of the stack. But unlike mezz, in no scenario can we ever accelerate in the case of foreclosure. What's also neat about PACE is that it actually incentivizes people to build a more energy efficient building. And we can get into some examples, but one group we're working with now, basically they're able with CPACE financing to use it to, instead of getting PTAC units in their building, to put heat pumps. So not only are they creating a better product, they're going to monetize the benefit of the energy savings. They're getting paid to put in a better product. And everyone's happier. And so CPACE is available nationwide. It's available in 26 states and counting. It just became live in New York in June for New York City. It's been available in New York State, but June in New York City for renovation, and will be available this fall for new construction. So it's a really innovative type of financing. We can get the details, but kind of high level, it helps incentivize people to put more energy efficient measures. One thing that I, as a developer, have found very surprising is the number of ways you can use it. And so just kind of what counts. So everything from your entire building envelope, curtain wall, windows, doors, roofs, to all of your building system. That's not just, LED lighting. It's all of your HVAC, your plumbing, your electrical, storm resiliency measures, seismic measures in California, solar, wind, battery. There's a whole range of items that are, whether required by code it funds all of Local Law 97 work in New York City, which is now a requirement starting to hit in 2024. But it also funds measures that you may have done. And so what I find most developers, after they say, what is this PACE thing? They realize that a very large portion of their property actually is CPACE eligible. And so we'll basically go up to 30% loan to cost, or 30% loan to value, or 1:1 DSCR. This is all based on that stabilized, and then or CPACE eligible measures. We can fund the lesser of the three tests. So there's a whole wide range of projects that are CPACE eligible by people kind of building a great building without realizing it. And then, so it can be used for a renovation or new construction, but it can also be used retroactively in 14 states. New York is one of them, where the look back period ranges from 1 to 3 years. So it can also be used as an innovative form of rescue capital. We're seeing a lot of that now, where the financing can be used to pay down a senior lender, blend and extend, put reserves with the property. We can get into more of the structure, but at a kind of high level, that's what this PACE thing is.
Laura, you've done a great job. And oh, there goes my camera. Look at that. My goodness. Okay. So I'm having some technical difficulties because it's not letting me start my camera again. So that's okay. We're going to keep talking. And thank you very much. Shucks. Okay. So I want to turn to Daly. So because, and Laura, you seeded two ideas. One is Local Law 97, want to get back to that. Two is the idea of mezz and where this sits in the capital stack. So we're going to hold on to those for a second. And Daly, I want to turn to you. Tell us a little bit about your perspective when it comes to PACE, because it's a different, I think it's a different ecosystem. So with that, go ahead.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the brief introduction too. I'll give a little bit of background. Like Laura said, as you said, undergrad mechanical, master's in civil, kind of found my way in the sustainability world after I got out of my master's degree at the University of Texas after the Navy. Spent most of my career working as either an environmental engineer or leading sustainability initiatives for major corporations around energy management, greenhouse gas. I actually helped DuPont trade greenhouse gas credits on the Chicago Merc back when that was going on, and built data systems for that. Found myself as the lead for SAP's environmental health and safety and energy management software stack, and traveled the world teaching how the data management portion of sustainability can drive great initiatives. All of those, circling around that it always costs capital. Somebody had to write a check inside the organization for these things to happen. I found that by focusing my energy on on energy and energy reductions, there became a profit opportunity or revenue in order to do things. And that's what we do here at Evolution Energy Partners. We define opportunities to drive a positive ROI and be able to allow companies to grasp the opportunity based on energy efficiency, energy reductions to pay for the initiatives. And we do that through creative capital, creative financing, on-bill financing. We offer CPACE, and as Laura said, CPACE just became available in June. So in New York City, so those LL97 conversations that we're having are now, including the CPACE. We've had CPACE conversations across the country with different organizations where it's approved. And generally the organizations that we're dealing with have some leverage in the community. They may be manufacturer, commercial real estate, schools, you name it. They have the ability to get the CPACE voted in their region, their area, because it has to be approved by the local Laura, you can explain it better, but it's a vote at the local township level generally is what happens. But that said, when we look at this stack and we talk, Laura we talked about New York City, there's thousands and thousands of very large buildings within the United States. You go down to the next level, there's multiple of that at a level, wherever you just define it, number of floors or square feet. And then you look below that and there's, hundreds of thousands of smaller organizations. Generally, what we're seeing in the marketplace is that the larger, bigger New York City skyscrapers, there's initiatives there's people inside those buildings that their day-to-day organization, they're focused on decreasing energy spend in their OpEx and making sure that they're doing things that is what we do. When you start going down to the next tier, you start really finding people that are just dying to say, how do I do this? How do I monetize energy reductions? How do I turn that into efficiency? How do I make things work for my organization? And they don't have the people internally to do that. The smaller developers, the owners, the operators, whatever's going on. And it also goes across, very large organizations with very large portfolios as well, because you have to go to the individual site, whether it be in Miami, California, and Philadelphia, New York. You have to go to that individual site and audit those facilities and understand what's going on, because there's no one there that has the ability to do that audit, turn that into the organization. They depend on external folks like us to do that. So when we do those audits and we come up with the energy conservation measures, we then put that in front of the customer, define what their required payback is, what they're looking at, and then those long-term paybacks, whether it's a new chiller, new HVAC, transitioning from PTAC units, whatever that is, that is has an ROI and a payback that may be longer than standard financing, where we can put it on-bill financing, or we can do lease to own for equipment lease. That's when we start looking at the CPACE opportunity. It's a longer conversation. It takes a fairly educated buyer. It takes somebody that always turning to their bank, to their loan, saying, "Hey, I want to put this on my tax bill. What do you think?" And immediately the bank goes, "Oh, wait a minute, what is this?" So it takes somebody educated like Laura with you in that organizational structure to help you sell that internally. The quick stuff, the 5-year and less ROI, starts with lighting, moves right down to variable speed drives, fans, chiller, cooling towers, water conservation, you name it. We have lists of things that we've done for organizations. But when we start looking at all of that stuff, the really long-term stuff where you get into a fairly large chiller, we're working with an organization that's reacting to the Philly tune-up in Philadelphia right now that is they've got a chiller that can bring them into compliance with the Philly tune-up requirements. And it's a huge payback. So we're looking at CPACE as an opportunity for that organization. So these things CPACE is a fantastic vehicle, but when we get off of Wall Street, as Dan said, and we start moving to Main Street, things happen much quicker, and the payback that's required is much quicker when you're trying to sell to the CFO that's just worried about making next year's budget and making sure that the shopping center stays healthy and that he's got tenants and parking spaces and everything else that's going on. So Dan, you froze on us there, so I don't know if you're.
No, I think I'm better. I think I've got it now, right?
Okay, good.
And I knew that this was going to be an amazing panel. You've taken all my questions away, but I have more. Don't worry. So let's go back to Laura. Laura, you brought up Local Law 97 in New York, and then Daley just brought up something in Philly that kind of feels sort of the same. Let's talk a little bit about Local Law 97 and what that is, sort of the forcing mechanism on the real estate industry, if you would. And then we're pacing it in. Go ahead.
Local Law 97 was announced in 2019. It comes into play in 2024 and really, and hits many buildings, if not impacted in 2024 and 2030. It's the Climate Mobilization Act, and the idea is the decarbonization of buildings. It impacts 50,000 buildings in New York. New York could be a $20 to $30 billion market alone for this. And if you don't comply, whether it's the 2024, 2030, or 2040 number, then you actually have to pay annual fines. CPACE, which is Local Law 96, was enacted to help people finance the costs to upgrade their buildings. So it impacts any building over 4 units, any commercial building over 4 units. And most people that I've spoken to aren't aware of CPACE being out there as a means to finance, which they're now, a Local Law 97, which people are starting to become aware of. In addition, when you're looking at, so that's existing stock, but for new buildings, CPACEs can be a very valuable form of financing for new construction, renovations, everything from an office to life science conversion, which is a type of asset that will use a lot of infrastructure. And it incentivizes the new borrower or the owner to put in the better, more efficient types of systems. Other cities like Philly throughout the country are putting in new regulations. And as I believe as CPACE becomes more mainstream, is used throughout the country and more markets adopt it, it will be a really ideal form of alternative financing to help borrowers and owners monetize this, certainly because of the ability to reimburse it through base years or through triple net structures with tenants or hotels charging energy fees.
So audience takeaway number one is that there's a financing program out there to help address these issues that are more and more relevant to the real estate industry. Let's stick with you, Laura. Can you talk about, say, a real tangible example of a deal and how it worked out?
Sure. I guess earlier this year, there was a hotel that we financed earlier this year. It was an amazing hotel. It was built in 2019. Nothing was wrong with it, and COVID hit. The loan was coming due in early 21. So what we did is we enacted, the state allowed for retroactive financing. So earlier in 21, we were able to lend them roughly $20 million to pay for improvements they had already put into the building, even though they finished in 2019. So this is part of the retroactive look back program. With that, they were able to pay down their senior lender, lend and extend, put reserves of the property. They were able to also now highlight all of the energy efficient measures that they had already previously put into their building. And things range from better systems, chillers, HVAC, all the way to reinforced concrete to prevent against avalanches. And that was a storm resiliency measure. So there's a whole host of measures that are CPACE eligible that people might not necessarily realize. As part of a CPACE process, one of the other items in terms of normal diligence, there's a PCR and a PZR and an appraisal. We also will get a technical report, and these technical reports will highlight all of these CPACE eligible measures as well as their payback and their useful life. We can only lend to the minimum of the CPACE eligible measures, as well as the other metrics I mentioned before in terms of LTV and DSCR. But as part of that, it actually highlights to the owner, and then you can pass that on in terms of marketing to your tenants or investors, et cetera, about all of the great things that borrowers are putting into their buildings. So it's one of these things where in this particular case, they didn't have to put in more equity. They can now highlight all the great energy efficient methods they did. They can live to fight another day. We structured something, there's two parts to CPACE. The first part's called the capitalized interest period. And during the capitalized interest period, there's no principal and it accrues interest. And we will go out, there's different lenders out there, our particular capital, we will accrue for up to 5 years. And during that time, nothing primes the first mortgage, there's nothing that's due. At any point in time from when our capital is dispersed, it is fully prepayable. That's just the nature of CPACE. And then you accrue that and you get to a total financed amount. And that total financed amount is then amortized over the remaining useful life. And so there's ways to structure it to give senior lender comfort in that it is an obligation, it's a tax lien on the property, but ways to give the senior lender comfort to structure around them. Then we can, then it's fully amortizing and it can be passed back to tenants. There's also the ability, which we're doing a lot of these days, of adding cap I plus an interest only period, then amortization to allow borrowers to ease into this. But I explain that structure because I think CPACE in particular works really well right now with COVID. Whether it in this within a 4-year capitalized interest period, there's nothing that that primes the first mortgage, but we also don't need to get paid back. And so we are long dated 20 to 30 year capital. And so during that first 5-year period or 4-year or 3-year, however long that cap I period is, we really want the building to get stabilized. And so if it's an office building, we don't care if you lease in year 1 or 2. We care that if at the end of a 4-year cap I period, you are stabilized so you can start paying us back. And so it actually will create, in my mind, a better collateral for both lender and borrower because you're locking in a longer term lease for an office building. For hotel, where the hotel industry, no matter how great your asset, has been impacted by COVID, and some of the, depending on the market you're in, some of the recovery has been a little bit elongated because of Delta and where we are in the world today. CPACE gives people the benefit of time. And so we get the benefit of time for hotels and leasing for any asset class in particular. So I think there's a couple of things that are kind of interesting elements of CPACE that in particular with COVID right now also work really well in terms of structuring. So just to kind of recap, that deal was able to pull money out. It was able to highlight the energy efficient measures and was able to give them time to recover. The asset's doing exceptionally well. Everyone's very happy and they can live to fight another day.
And you also brought up something that didn't apply to the hotel industry, but feels like it breaks down the whole tenant landlord misincentive, if you will, right? To really align, because you can, as a landlord, make these investments and then have the tenant be able to pay for those who will ultimately benefit from those investments over time, right?
100%. I mean, we're working on a project right now that is a life science conversion from an office building. And not only do we think that we can help with the base building and a lot of the work that will be done, which is substantial to not change an office building to life science, but we also believe that there's a certain amount of the TI that we'll be able to fund because of what the tenant's going to be doing. And I think that's very justifiable to be able to pass back to a tenant later on through the base year. We're also encouraging landlords to, whether they use PACE or not, to make sure that their leases enable for local on 97 costs to be passed back, because I think that's going to become a very important metric for landlords to recoup costs that are very necessary as part of the legislation that's been passed.
So Daley, this sounds great. This is like a no-brainer and everybody should be doing it. Is that your experience? You did bring up a barrier, which is this idea of a second lien position because the note rides on the property tax. So talk a little bit about what your experience is here.
Yeah, the experience is when you bring in CPACE and you start to talk to it takes an educated CFO, an educated organization, and if you get like I said, some of the world I live in, I'm not working with the largest entity, and so there's one guy in the finance group, right? And so you bring in this thing that was ratified in June and it's now authorized, and he starts looking at it. It seems real complicated. So the key is, how do you explain it? How do you get it metabolized within the organization so that it can be worked on? We are working with numerous companies today on laying the groundwork for CPACE. But one thing I want to say about, if we look at Local Law 97 and you look at the requirements, there's actually two requirements. There's the first tranche, and then there's the second tranche. The first tranche, if you haven't done a whole lot of facility upgrade, there is ability to get that done and get your facility upgraded so that it can comply with the 2024, the first tranche. It's going to take a deep dig. It's going to take a second level. And in some conversations that I've had, in some cases, technology does not exist today to get some of these buildings to that level without purchasing carbon offsets, without doing things that allow that, that allow them to get to the reductions that are required by the second tranche. So when you look at CPACE as a long-term vehicle to allow, let's say you take care of all of your ECMs that are available to you today, you do your ASHRAE level 2, you do your analysis, you understand what your ECMs are, your energy conservation measures, and then you start to tick those off. You get to the ones with the longer payback, that's when you start saying, how are we going to finance this? What is it going to take? And how do we leverage vehicles that are out there that we didn't consider before because the ROI was much shorter. And that's really where we are in the conversation. Local university here in Philadelphia, we've got a CPACE CHP. It's a multi-million-dollar project here in the Philadelphia area, sitting on the CFO's desk, just waiting to pull the trigger on it until he feels comfortable with CPACE. And I know what Laura's thinking, let me talk to that guy.
Me too.
but then I've got an example of another university that we're doing multi-million-dollar, ground lighting, variable speed drives, walk-in coolers, PTAC, human sensing, PTAC controls for the dorm rooms. I mean, we're looking, all of that. There's millions of dollars. All that payback is so short. So we're doing that as on-bill financing through the supplier. So they didn't even have to consider CPACE with that because it's a 5-year payback and it's, or less than 5-year payback. And we're able to finance it with the energy savings on the actual bill. So all of these things come into play, and it really depends on where you are on that execution curve. Have you hit all the low-hanging fruit? And now do you have to dig deeper for the longer term stuff?
Well, let me
just audience takeaway number 2, which is there's a lot of resources out there, and it's not just CPACE. So we've got 4 minutes. Let's see if we can talk about the last little bit here, busting through inertia, getting people, what are your tips to get people to move forward? Laura, go ahead.
Let me just piggyback on one thing Daly said before, which is that long duration, that long duration payback. CPACE will pay for 100% of the CPACE eligible measures today. And that's both hard and the pro rata share of soft costs. And so what we're finding is groups that didn't necessarily know about all the other things they could add, and after working with Daly would find out, okay, I can add a geothermal plant, I can add solar, some of these things would be accretive from a marketing standpoint as well as revenue. But I think the point is that it allows you to get money today, and whether you're taking it retroactively for money you've already invested in the building, and you're now topping it up as a lender told us that used, I like that idea, as opposed to rescue capital, top up capital, or on a go forward basis, trying to add in more efficient improvements, get the benefit of money, kick the can down a little bit by accruing the interest and then going to IO. There's a lot of different ways to finance it in a way that's accretive if it's not an immediate payback. So that's one. So sorry, back to your previous question.
So let's round it out, getting people to move forward. We've got a minute each.
So people are happy to talk to anybody. We spend a lot of time speaking with lenders, borrowers, lawyers, brokers. Most people haven't necessarily heard of it. And if they have, they may not necessarily know all the different ways they can utilize it. And they may also have some preconceived notions about how it works, that you can't accelerate in the case of foreclosure. In fact, I'm dealing with a deal right now, real time this morning, where it was approved and someone said, oh, wait, but you can't foreclose on an asset. You absolutely can foreclose on the asset. In fact, not only when you foreclose, we're silent, we're passive capital. And so relative to MEZ, our goal is not to get to the asset. We want to incentivize people to put in more energy efficient measures. I want to inject capital and move capital around in a positive way, but in no way, shape, or form do I want the asset. If I get the asset, things have gone really, 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 really bad. And that's not the the idea of why CPACE works. So basically, in order to look at it, you need a 5-year pro forma in Excel, detailed construction budget, talk to myself or one of the other CPACE groups in the market, and we'll go through the budget and say what's CPACE eligible, and then can figure out a way, whether we work with Daly's team to help groups in the DD process, help put in more energy efficient measures, or retroactively see what you can finance today. There's lots of different ways to get to, doing this. And then ultimately, I think the biggest thing that we kind of been talking about, but I want to make clear, is lender consent. We can't lend on any of this. Although some states lend on, we won't do anything without lender consent. And so it's about educating the lender. And our approach is we work together as a team with the lender and the borrower, because this is a really new product, and making sure people fully understand what they can and can't do, and structuring things in a way that can be accretive for everybody.
Perfect. Daly, quarterback and coach, what do people need to do?
I always say is take action. There's a lot of folks out there that start. You have to start with the elements of what your operations and what your building's doing, and how do you impact your OpEx in order to increase NOI, and figure out what you need to do in order to run your building efficiently. I talk to customers all the time that are looking at, I want to put solar on my roof and so on and so forth, and we're going to install a CHP. We're considering CPACE to do all these very large things. Yet you walk in the building and it's still running on very inefficient operations. So get your building running efficiently. Do all of the things you can, and if you're considering CPACE, roll everything you can into the CPACE financing, and then look at your green energy opportunity, solar panel, whatever, CHP, geothermal, whatever you're doing. Make sure you do that first in order to make sure your energy stack is sized appropriately for what you're doing in the future.
Big thanks to my two co-panelists here, true experts in their field. Thanks to the audience for tuning in and dealing with my little video challenges. And with that, I'd like to turn back to our great hosts.
Thank you so much.
Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Daly. Thank you, Laura. Our next panel today, welcoming communities through sustainable designs, enhancing urban aesthetics, and giving people a place to connect, will be moderated by our associate editor and editor of Florida and Washington, D.C., Hava Gharari. Hava, all yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Max. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. The panel today will be discussing inviting community through sustainable design. So these days, there's a very big focus on, making spaces that are more green, more open to community for people to gather. And obviously, with all of the changes that are happening and all the focus on sustainability, those things can kind of come together pretty well. But they are, making spaces for people to gather, for community, and sustainable spaces are not exactly the same thing. So kind of bringing those two themes together, that's what we'll be talking about today. So welcome to our panelists. We have Joe Celentano, I hope I'm saying that correctly, Amy Tabb, and Kim Pexton. I will let them introduce themselves and talk to us just about a little bit about your sort of connection to this area, and let's just do intros, and then we'll talk about some projects that you guys are working on in this space. So Joe, you want to start?
Thanks. I'm Joe Celentano. In this country, my grandfather would appreciate Celentano. That was actually correct.
I checked it up on YouTube, but it was the singer's name. So I guess he is
That's
actually, that was the correct pronunciation for his name.
That's correct. So it's great to be here. I'm Joe Celentano, principal at VMDO Architects. And our work is community-based. I lead a studio that's Athletics and Community Studio. And we will talk about a project, the Lubbock Run Community Center, which kind of gets at some of the key points that we're talking about today. That's something I'd like to share with you at some point. Okay.
All right, Kim.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. I'm Kim Pexton, Vice President of Sustainability for JBG Smith. For those of you not familiar with JBG Smith, we are in owner and operator and developer of commercial real estate space based in the DC metro area. We own and operate about 20 million square feet of multifamily office and retail space, and we are the exclusive developer for Amazon HQ2. We are very, very committed to sustainability in everything that we do. And certainly we're a mixed use developer. We feel that is the highest, best use of land. And that is sort of our first step forward always with respect to achieving truly sustainable development.
Thank you. Amy?
Hi, my name is Amy Tabb. I am Executive Vice President of Business Development and Technology at Columbia Property Trust. We're a real estate investment trust, and we own and operate about 15 million square feet of commercial office space in the major gateway cities of New York, San Francisco, and DC, with about 3 million square feet of office space under development. And at the right time, I'm very excited to share some of the redevelopment opportunities that we're focusing on right now with a specific lean towards using sustainable materials.
Great, thank you. Yes, let's just go around again and talk about some of the projects or initiatives, either a particular project or the initiatives that you guys are working on at the moment or have recently worked on that are connected to this topic. So we'll start again with Joe.
And should I be sharing images or just talking?
Can you share images? I mean, we'd be happy to see some, but I don't run the show, so I'm not sure.
Is that all right if I share my screen? Whoever's running the show? Okay, you see my screen?
Yep.
Great. Okay, so this is Lover Run Community Center, which is in Arlington, Virginia. And it's in an existing park and adjacent to an existing natural area that is really an incredible amenity for a place that's this dense. There was an existing small community center on the site, but it was not really adequate for the community, for serving the community. But the park itself was, of course, beloved, and I think there was a real push from the neighborhood to not build a building here or to not have a building, take over the park. I think that was kind of the main theme of the way we approached the project was how does a building participate in this natural environment without overwhelming it or taking away potential natural area. And so that I think was kind of the key theme. So the building is, the way we thought about it, is integrated into the park as opposed to adjacent to the park. Here's just an overall site plan, which doesn't really tell you much. It's surrounded on 3 sides by streets, and then the natural area is down to the left in this drawing. You can kind of see the stream there. That's the actual Lover Run. And our part T was a sort of a metaphor of forest, treehouse, and earth. So the building had these components. The forest was the wood frame structure, and the treehouse was this intermediate layer that's skinned in copper, and then the earth is the ground plane. And those pieces are rendered in natural materials that age and patina as deliberately to make connections with nature. What we were able to do was to put quite a bit of program on this site by creating a new ground plane. So you're seeing the new park level ground plane here that conceals 130 car parking garage and 55,000 square feet of program space, community space. And it was that integration of the park itself with the building that allowed us to really integrate those two and to create new park space along with new usable space inside the building. So the building has some pretty typical kinds of community center spaces, meeting spaces, recreation spaces, the parking itself. Then here's a view of the park and the building. Even though it's significant, we hoped would feel just kind of like a pavilion in the park and not really something that overwhelms the scale of that space. So, and the entrance to the community center is down below there as you go down below that park level. And there's a section cutting through the gym, and on the left is what we call the forest wing, which was a wing of the building that really pushed out into the natural wooded part of the site so that you could really feel that connection. And then the parking, and this has since grown up a little bit. There's a major stormwater detention facility here that is, this is just right after it was planted, so it looks kind of regimented, but it's really starting to grow up well now. And then on the interior, simple natural materials, concrete. The wood that you see on these walls was salvaged from the site. It was reclaimed from trees that have been taken down and milled and then used as an interior material. And the gym is where you kind of can get a sense of both levels of the recreation and community center level and then the park level. And here at Evening Shot, pickleball, the new craze on the recreation side. And then a view down from below.
Wow, thank you. That does help because we really get to see how it's integrated. Like you hear the term integrated, but there you can really see what you meant by that. So thanks for that. All right. So Kim, I know you guys are are working. You have a lot of assets, but one thing that you're working on is National Landing, which is where Amazon's HQ2 will be. But it's not just Amazon's HQ2. There's lots of other stuff going on, and there's like a neighborhood-wide plan that's going to be phased over many years. So can you talk to us a little bit about the role that community space and sustainability plays in that?
Sure. Yes, design? Absolutely. So for those of you who might be familiar with DC, and I didn't necessarily present any slick slides, so apologies for that piece. Guess I didn't get the memo. So National Landing was rebranded from Crystal City. So if you're familiar with the DC area, then you know that Crystal City is an area of Arlington, and is basically it neighbors the airport. So Reagan National Airport. So we own a significant amount of square footage in that location, and have a significant almost 20 million square feet of development pipeline to be realized over the next 10 to 20 years in National Landing. We also actually own the horizontal development in National Landing. So that really presented a very unique opportunity for us to, master plan from on a lot of different levels, addressing many different facets, including energy and water, stormwater, and also in 2020, we actually worked with the National Landing Business District to actually develop an open space framework. So what that framework actually does is work to incorporate new and preserve existing parks that are scattered throughout National Landing, upwards of about 15 different parks, and works to actually sort of tie those together where you're sort of like scaling. So you'll have, maybe some pocket parks in areas, and go into another larger urban park, and then also create connections to a greenway that actually ultimately then even connects you to downtown DC. So it's really looking at this from various different scales, and also in conjunction with that, using those that element, and then the planned mixed use programming at that ground level, creating that vibrance and community where people will work, play, etc. Really being able to intertwine those two as we look at those development plans and planning for those different spaces. If you were to look at sort of the existing plan of National Landing as it is today, you'll notice that there's a lot of concrete. So it's really, again, another opportunity to sort of kind of pull out some of that concrete jungle and put back into place, you know, some of the greenery to increase biodiversity, create access to those parks for neighboring communities, and all plan wellness into the planning and placemaking strategy across National Landing. And again, as I mentioned, take advantage of the fact that, you know, as the horizontal developer, if you will, to really sort of tick and tie all of this together and be able to, at the end of the day, create more impact than we could have ever even imagined by just focusing on one single vertical development.
Sorry, I'm muted. So I was going to say that's a good tie into Amy, because we're going to talk. I mean, I wanted to ask you about actually when you are working with a single vertical or single asset and kind of thinking about how to use space there. You know, you own a lot of office assets, and many of them probably not built recently. So, you know, how do you think about using space there for community and sustainability, or using sustainability when you make those community spaces?
Yeah, so I had the same thoughts as Kim was talking, that there's a substantial difference between a horizontal developer and a vertical developer. And so with a vertical developer, you really have to scrap for every bit of sustainability that you can when you're doing development or redevelopment. And so right now we are underway with a property at in DC. It's ADM, it's in the Capitol Riverfront. And we are adding an overbuild. So 2.5 floors, it'll include a penthouse suite. It's an additional 100,000 square feet on top of a building that's already, I believe, about 285,000 square feet. And so to make this space not only desirable, but also really give us an opportunity to focus on the sustainability piece of it, we elected to use mass timber. Construction materials are a big way that we can make a difference for our communities. It can be, you know, depending on what you select for your materials, they can be locally sourced versus having to add to the environmental impact when they're not. So at ADM, we are using mass timber. It's, if you're not familiar with it, it's comprised of multiple solid dimensional like wood members that are glued together, and provides great strength and stability, fire rated for 2 hours plus. That's always the first question we get. But the mass timber design is also, it's considered to be a low carbon alternative to traditional steel and concrete. And it's the only truly renewable sustainability, only renewable construction material. And then it also is the only material that can actually remove carbon from the atmosphere for the lifetime of its usage. So there's a lot of advantages. It also, because it's more lightweight, we were able to increase the height of our floor plates, which brings in, allowed us to put 12-foot windows, which in DC is very uncommon for the tenants to be able to enjoy. But that was another advantage that we were able to do. And then, of course, you know, as I mentioned before, these materials were sourced from the Pacific Northwest. So I do have a video if we can share the screen, but I don't know if that's a distraction, but I'd love to if I have that ability.
In the interest of time, I think we maybe we can put that do that right at the end.
If you just Google ADM, mass timber is the big thing right now. So you will find it, and it is it's interesting, and it's a side of commercial office space that you probably haven't been exposed to very much. So.
What is it about DC that everyone's projects are taking place there, or Arlington, but close enough? Yeah, so I think I want to put this question out to whoever wants to answer it. But I think these ideas that we're kind of putting out here about community spaces, about sustainability, about green spaces, all of this stuff, none of it is new, but there's definitely been a shift over the last 5-10 years, however you want to, and of course in the last, everything that's changed in the last 18 months. And I'm just wondering if anybody wants to kind of talk about how they've seen the shift, or, if you were designing a building 15 years ago, 20 years ago, or you're designing a space, like what are the differences that, what would you be incorporating now that you wouldn't have really thought about 15, 20 years ago? And that could be from, the design perspective, from, what the tenants want, from whichever, what the ESG governance asks of, so from any of those perspectives. Does anyone want to jump on that?
Yeah, this is Amy. I'll say from the ESG perspective, and this really is not over the course of my career. I mean, this is really over the past 2 years, is that prior to that, I feel like sustainability used to just mean environmental. It was the same thing, but we've really have redefined sustainability in the past couple of years to acknowledge economical, social, racial, class-based dimensions of the climate crisis, of everything in our nation. So for ESG, the S was always kind of the middle child, right? And you were never really held accountable. It was very hard to measure. But that's changed in a substantial way for in terms of corporate responsibility and the expectations of our stakeholders. And it used to be stakeholders were your investors, but now we look at that differently, and community is at the top of list of stakeholders that we really try to engage in our designs. We spend, I kind of joke with our asset managers that they probably go to more zoning and community meetings than they ever thought that they would when they were in business school. But it is getting that buy-in from the community and making spaces that, while are not necessarily, they are single-use spaces, they are office spaces that we develop. However, finding ways to have them open to the community and make them as multi-purpose as possible is a big driver.
If I could, do you mind if I piggyback
of course.
on that? A little bit. I think that, from our perspective, as Amy had mentioned, sort of that rise of the S, which has certainly always been there, but a little more elusive with respect to what are the KPIs, et cetera, and so forth. And so, there certainly is movement afoot. As Amy has indicated, and I think diving even further, it starts to sort of challenge the perception and the notion of social value in the communities in which we serve. It's no longer just about going through the entitlement process and whatever jurisdiction you're working in, identifying that affordable housing needs to be sort of part of your program. And I think it certainly could be argued that that definition of affordable housing is not necessarily the same one with respect to aligning with specific AMI, et cetera, and so forth. So I do think that we're moving into a space where more real estate organizations will be not only quantifying the affordable housing component, but also working to develop metrics and KPIs that are specific to creating social value outside of just that affordability component. What kind of services are you bringing to that community? Are you keeping with the culture of that community? Are you taking into account those neighboring communities or residents who have been there for decades and decades? So just wanted to sort of add that particular component to the conversation.
Great. And I know this will be different depending on, again, whether your unique perspectives, but over the last 18 months, I think that a really big shift that's happened is the rethinking of how space and especially urban centers are used, and how much space could, I mean, just, you go through the streets of New York and all of the streets are full with the outdoor dining. Like now it's normal already. But if we think about like 18 months ago, that would have been like, and then different cities that are trying to make different areas car free, and lots of like all these different ways of kind of repurposing. I know that's public space, but if we think about how that affects the development or the design of individual assets, or of, the way what you guys work on, is it, how has that kind of impacted the way you're thinking about what you're developing now or designing?
Happy to jump in again. I think, inherent to placemaking and placemaking strategies, it's very human centric. And so while, to your point, it's really been over the last, 18 months to 2 years that sort of the people component continues to be at the forefront of people's mind in a more explicit kind of way. I can, speaking for JBG Smith, as we create, sort of that mixed use environment and create the vibrancy that provides that playground for work, play, etc. We're very intentional about seeking out those particular retailers or tenants that align with the mission that we set out in National Landing. From a retail perspective, we're very intentional about reaching out to local businesses, minority businesses, et cetera, and so forth, and ensuring that mix is representative of the constituents of the DC metro area. So I think those are things that you do have to pay attention to and have that kind of an overlay in your placemaking strategy. And then how that connects to sort of those open public spaces and creating really wonderful outdoor spaces for people to conduct work. Whether it's, rooftop amenities, certainly were all in vogue in the past, and it's just as important to invigorate and connect to plaza level or street level to kind of bring some of that biophilic, natural, human-centric component to that level as well.
And I'll add to that as for, again, being a vertical developer, we have really relied on our neighborhoods as being our amenities. We try to, wherever it's possible, have relationships with the retailers in the area to support, so that our tenants support them versus having everything kind of behind our glass doors. And, over the last 18 months, where people have been more comfortable outside than inside, being able to use our neighborhoods as public spaces that are accessible from the building. We've really seen an increase in that. The building I'm in right now is Park Avenue South, and we're across the street from Madison Square Park in New York City. And we go to the park and have meetings, and it's through just these interactions, we've developed partnerships with the park, and our tenants have volunteer days there. And it's just kind of really, the businesses and the communities have opened their doors, and I think people are feeling more available to take advantage of your neighborhoods now. So it's been nice to see.
Yeah, I think in your original question about sustainability and where it's arrived at this point, just thinking back, at least over the history of my career, sustainability was kind of a fringe or boutique, thing in architecture. It wasn't something that was, pervasive in as a design driver. And that has changed, and it's slowly changed. And there have been more and more focus, and then more and more research and science to go along with it that has helped support ideas. But I think in the last few years, we've had, and that's one thing to hear it talked about, but when it's in your backyard, then that's something that's real. And so the way the earth is being affected is becoming more and more, everybody's feeling it. And I think that sustainability is not just a fringe or a boutique thing. It's about all of us. It's about communities. So I think that's the change that I've seen, especially in the recent past, and with more and more institutional clients, saying, well, this is not just something that would be nice. We need to start doing this. And we're seeing more and more commitment, both from our higher education clients and our community groups that we're working with, that sustainability approach to sustainability is essential.
Right. So that brings us to a key component of all of this is, designers or architects working with developers and owners to try to figure all this out. And, like we've talked about even in this, last half hour, there's so many different competing uses for space, even all within the sort of realm of sustainability and realm of community. It could be a green space, it could be a community space, it could be used if it's a rooftop, it could be used for, I guess depending on the design, but like it could be for community, it could be for solar panels. Like every space could be used in so many different ways. So when you start working with developers, or developers either come to you, or what's kind of the process by which you kind of consider the options? That was for you, Joe.
For me, okay. Yeah, I think it's interesting that, as you're saying, that the battle for square footage or amenities, as they might be characterized, is something that that again, this type of recognition about sustainability and about nature and about the value of those connections, we've definitely seen that become more highly valued. And in that equation, it has become an interesting balance on how to make those work. And I think we have a parks project in DC right now that is net zero. It's a small community center in an urban park, Stead Park in DC. And the battle for playground, recreation space, the rooftops, which there's a green roof mandate in DC, versus the PVs, all of that stuff is playing out in terms of balance right now.
All right, I'm gonna turn to the panelists and see if any of them have questions for each other. You guys know your industries better than I know it, even though I did tried to do my research. So any of you want to take that and ask a question of each other?
I have a question. I was gonna ask. It's you either Joe or Amy. Amy, I know that you said that you're from an embodied carbon perspective, mass timber is something that you guys have started down the path. I'm curious because this is obviously it's something that we have looked at as well for some of our vertical development. And what are you finding by way of costs with respect to that, and how prolific do you really think that something like this can become? Or is there, maybe that's the one that's better for Joe, but is there anything in the tea leaves that would suggest? Because one of the things that I think of is, if suddenly everybody started using mass timber, then certainly wouldn't we have sort of a forestry related issue? and so, there's always that balance, of what's truly sustainable. So just curious to hear kind of both of your thoughts surrounding that.
You want to go, Amy?
Sure, I'll start. I do think that for us that the advantage, and while yes, their cost is always a component of it, and then like any material, if it gets overused, right, that could become an issue. But what I will say is that the space that is developed with mass timber is very special space. And we have seen a demand for it. And when there's a demand, there's people willing to pay for it. I mean, it really, you talk about wellness and what it feels like to be in a space. And these are, I mean, what we're creating is the type of work environment where I think people will recognize why you want to be there and are willing to pay. So I don't think that the cost will be, we won't be able to recover it. The other advantages of it is that it's all assembled off, not on location, right? And so you're able to decrease your construction time and get to market faster. And, there's always a return in that. So, I do think that, to your point, we can't all start building everything from mass timber, but there are these scenarios, especially like I was talking about with the overbuilds or, smaller buildings, that it is a great fit. So we are a little bit behind on the insurance industry in terms of who's willing to insure mass timber, but we're educating them and doing our part to help promote. So, but Joe, please.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that Amy's making the point from a quality of space perspective. Developers talking about quality of space, and I'll talk about costs. Well, one thing that's interesting, I think, about this moment, of course, is steel prices are outrageous. So we hope that won't stay, but that would certainly have an effect in terms of making mass timber more viable. But I think also there's a certain tipping point. Right now, most of that industry is on the West Coast and, or in Canada, I think, but it's, there's a tipping point where the demand will create more, production on the East Coast, I think. And, making it affordable for a short time might build up that industry enough to make it more affordable permanently. And I think that's something that I'm hoping will happen, because we've had a couple of projects recently where we considered steel versus mass timber and couldn't quite get the numbers to work, but it's close.
All right. Were there any other questions?
Yeah, I would just like to hear maybe a little bit more from Kim about the news that you guys announced yesterday about your carbon neutrality across your operating portfolio, and would love to hear about some of the actions you plan to take in the next few years or the next decade to, I guess, further sustain your offsite renewable energy. And congratulations.
Awesome.
I'll start with
Thank you. I'm, as you can imagine, there's a lot that had to be done behind the scenes to actually achieve that objective. So thank you very much for being in tune with what's happening in the news there. So yes, so we did announce carbon neutrality for our operating portfolio, and it is part of a larger strategy. In 2020, we did establish performance-related targets that are specific to driving down our energy and our water consumption across our portfolio. What we did in 2022 was did a deep dive analysis across both our operating assets and our development pipeline to really gain a really great understanding of what is really possible on site. Certainly, depending on the building type that you have, in order to achieve carbon neutrality in your portfolio and for operations, you can't necessarily achieve that just by solar on buildings alone. So this part of that is a part of that plan to drive down energy consumption, to look at a larger off-site renewable strategy that specifically brings additionality to the national grid, and is what we consider a bridging strategy, meaning that our initial foot in this is through the vehicles of carbon offsets and renewable energy credit purchasing, but that's really a bridge to that larger strategy for off-site renewables, where that kind of engagement will reduce the footprint that we need to actually do any kind of purchases to cover. We grappled a bit with the year, when are we had already put the objective out there to achieve a carbon neutral portfolio, and we were trying to pin a year on it. And just after the year of analysis, et cetera, and so forth, we had just decided that we need to do more sooner. And so to that end, instead of waiting for our renewable strategy to be in place, we said, we're going to make this commitment now. We intend to keep this commitment ongoing into the future and expand our net to go beyond just scope 1 and scope 2 emissions and get into scope 3. One last note about that, which is, I think a great point, is that in the DC market, there are not very many triple net leased office buildings, and that is just legacy from what has happened, in the past in DC. So our scope 2 emissions do include all of our office tenants. So when we say carbon neutral operations, it does cover the footprint of our tenants in our office buildings as well. So could talk all day long about that. So anyway.
A lot of space. Great. Sorry. So I kind of want to touch again on first of all, Amy shared the link to the video that she was mentioning before in the chat. So for the audience who's listening, if you'd like to see, if you haven't seen it yet, you can click the link there. Also, if anyone has any questions, there's a Q&A function you can ask, and I'm happy to ask them to the panelists. But just to kind of touch on COVID again, since it's a pretty big deal. I think there's with all of the shift to remote work for a lot of people, and just in general, people, the original lockdowns, we've obviously seen that like city centers have been, some of the hardest hit. And traditionally, like most of what happens, what economic development companies and stuff would do is to, would focus on getting businesses to come to city centers. And then that would bring, retail and people. And of course, there's also the cultural aspects and tourists and everything like that. But it seems again that like with everything that's happened, there's more of a focus on, you really got to get people to come down like downtown or to come to the city, even if they're not going to be there for work, or they're not, just getting happy hour, you have to give them more reasons to come. Or to stay, or to come on the days that they have an option of whether or not to come. So there's a lot. So again, I want to ask you guys if there's anything, how you see that trend going, and what you think people will do differently in the future to sort of, again, focus cities on people maybe not instead of, in addition to businesses. Anyone want to take that?
Yeah, I think obviously, and the topic of today is sort of that outdoor component. I think the outdoor has been elevated to, to a space, I guess, just like in your house, when people say, oh, don't forget your ceiling is a place to be creative. It's sort of like the outdoor space is the place to be creative. And I think people over the last 18 months have connected with that outdoor component. And it's certainly an opportunity to create some vibrancy. And even from a vertical development standpoint, that rooftop gathering spaces and meeting spaces, also pocket parks that are created or carved out within building footprint, et cetera, and so forth. I think that just becomes a more valuable real estate play at this point.
One of the things that we're doing is rebranding a lot of our storefronts where retailers have not been really willing to come back yet as our front porch, right? So to the same, outdoor creative, and you're more likely to invite somebody over to the front porch, right? You've got the ability to open doors, you have the airflow, the ventilation, and transforming some of those spaces into building amenities that put you on the street level, connect you to the city, make it easy to have interactions. You're not just coming to the office by yourself and closing a door. And that is kind of an exciting change that may come from as we try to get people back to the cities. Yes.
Okay, so we have a couple minutes left. The last question I want to put out there is, sorry, the sun is hitting me, is this obviously everything that we're describing here involves lots of different stakeholders, and we have the developers, we have designers, we have the community and the tenants. And so I just wanted to ask each of you from your perspectives, how you sort of engage all the relevant stakeholders and how you work together.
Yeah, I can start that one, I guess, with the, our work across the board is involves community engagement. And so it's a process that we are well practiced in. And I think the Lubber Run project was an interesting example because of the really intense involvement from the community. This was a well-loved park, and of course, people wanted to be part of the process. And that was one where the design really did grow out of input that we got. And sometimes there's a box checking, for community involvement where you listen to a few suggestions, and you move on. But I think that fully engaged, communities not only help, to guide the project and send it in a good direction, but also support the project once it's completed, and everybody feels like they're more a part of the action. And I think we've seen that more and more, especially that with outdoor spaces being important and community spaces being important, people are more interested and more involved.
As part of our the open space framework plan that I mentioned and talked about for National Landing, it wasn't just the business districts that we were engaged with, but there was also a portal where people from that live in the community could respond and go through some survey related questions about what they wanted to see more of or what they wanted to see less of. So it was really sort of a true engagement on a lot of different levels, the various stakeholders within the community, giving them an opportunity to respond to that. It definitely played into sort of the rebranding. If you look at any of the messaging from a National Landing perspective, sort of on a global level, kind of the key word is momentum, and how that particular word as a descriptor and activator for design creativity and innovation is a huge component of creating that vibrancy and playing into a placemaking strategy.
Okay, great, thanks. So that's what I wanted to hear from Amy too, but we're out of time. So poor Amy, I'm always putting you last. I'm sorry. Well, if we do this again, we'll put you first next time. All right. So thank you to our panelists. It was a great chatting with you guys. That ends this panel for today. So thank you guys very much. I'm just going to intro the next thing that we have up today is our closing fireside chat. It's moderated by Greg Cornfield, who is our Los Angeles correspondent. He writes our daily LA newsletters. So if you get that in your inbox, you hear from him every day. And then our panelists are Vanessa Chan, Chief Commercialization Officer and Director of the Office of Technology Transitions, and Kate, oh no, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to do it yourself. And she is the Managing Director and Co-founder at The Clean Fight. So Greg, all yours.
Okay, hello everyone, and thank you very much. My name is Greg with Commercial Observer. I'm very excited to have this fireside chat today. We're going to talk about the focus areas in order to gain more subscribers to clean building solutions, and we're going to talk about what strategies are proving to be successful. We're going to talk about the challenges, barriers, regulations, incentives, and some bold ideas to speed up adoption. And we have a great panel to do just that. Dr. Vanessa Z. Chan is the Chief Commercialization Officer and Director of the Office of Technology Transitions, hint, hint, for the U.S. Department of Energy. Dr. Chan is responsible for advocating and advancing pathways for the commercialization of innovative technologies developed at DOE's national laboratories, sites, and facilities. And she has worked on everything ranging from academia to Fortune 1000 companies to startups. We also have Kate Fruscher, co-founder and managing director of the Clean Fight. That's a business accelerator supported by NYSERDA and New Energy Nexus. Her firm identifies the best growth stage clean energy companies from around the world and helps them scale in New York. Kate also leads the New York chapter of New Energy Nexus, the international nonprofit that supports diverse entrepreneurs in various ways, including funding, accelerators, and networking, as those entrepreneurs drive innovation and build equity into the global clean energy economy. Prior to all this, Kate spent most of her career as an entrepreneur and operator, helping to launch and scale multiple companies and social enterprises. So obviously we have a great panel today. Hello to both of you, and thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having me.
Dr. Chan, if we could possibly just start with you to get us started. Can you kind of talk about the priority focus areas of DOE in order to speed up adoption of clean building solutions?
Sure. And, we're really excited here at DOE because we really are at the tip of the spear for trying to drive climate change. And we've been charged with making sure we develop, demonstrate, and deploy technologies that really can corner the clean energy market at a global level. And it's really going to require everyone that's listening in to help us on that. So specifically, within the DOE and here at the Office of Technology Transitions, our goal is actually steward a lot of commercialization programs across both the department and our 17 national labs so that we can really move solutions to market. And so our priority is to really figure out how to drive and inspire innovation and emerging technologies so we can drive towards clean energy. So there's a couple of programs that we have within DOE working on this. Of course, the most important one for this conversation is the Building Technologies Office. And they really work on developing, demonstrating, accelerating the adoption of cost-effective technologies, techniques, and tools and services that can enable high-performing, energy efficient, and demand flexible residential and commercial buildings for both new and existing buildings market. And that is, very wide range of things. And the reason why it needs to be that is that ultimately energy efficiency is so important. And it really is critical that as part of our overall energy strategy at DOE, that we'll never be able to meet our building and energy goals affordably if we don't have energy efficiency. And so that's really a big priority for us, is how do we get to the cheapest and cleanest energy resources, and how do we have those at our disposal so that really can draw down the energy usage of America's building sectors. And so really what we're focused here on DOE is trying to drive towards that.
Okay, that sounds like very ambitious, but that's excellent. Kate, can you tell us about the Clean Fight and your priorities?
Yeah, well, first off, I want to thank Dr. Chan and her team for the great work that's coming out of DOE. When talking about buildings, I think it's important to think about different segments. In our first cohort at the Clean Fight, we focused on solutions to help decarbonize Class A commercial buildings. And we focused there because in order for promising solutions to achieve broad adoption and scale, these companies really have to land big customers with signaling power. And the important players in the Class A space have the power to send that legitimizing signal and thereby help accelerate adoption by other players in the sector. But while there's still tons to do in that sector, we found that many of the leaders in that space are already deep in wrestling with decarbonization. To attract top tenants, to access ESG and other investment, to build strong brands, et cetera, there are a lot of forces pushing in the right direction already, and we found that there's almost a race to the top. The real nut to crack from where we stand is in the mass market of buildings, the non-luxury BC commercial, the multifamily residential and the like. which is where most of the buildings are. And we won't make a big serious dent if we don't tackle these segments, which are a lot harder to do. Among other things, stakeholders here don't have the resources in terms of staff time and funding as their Class A brethren have. But if we do it right, and if we do green buildings in this sector, they're more likely to house underserved communities. And along with climate impacts, there's the chance to achieve disproportionate health, comfort, and saving impacts too. So we believe the key is to focus in on solutions that are poised to scale in this sector that can help decarbonize these buildings and can be adopted from a practical standpoint, which is a really important consideration here.
What's sort of the top strategies, and this could be for either of you, that are proving to be successful when it comes to, when you talk about this race to the top and innovation, what's proving to be most successful for you?
I'm happy to take that. Well, when talking with the mass market of buildings, we look at both solutions that have big decarbonization potential, but are also easy to adopt. And that means easy to install. They're not intrusive. They don't require ripping out lots of systems. They're not expensive to install, or they come with financing options that make costs manageable. And it's helpful if there's a modular or bundled solution, bite-sized. So let's say you want to put in a building management system. It has to be at a level where the team can learn how to use it and not so complicated that it ends up not being used. Or bundled, like exterior facades with fully integrated mechanicals. So it insulates, it water seals, it has mechanicals baked in, versus having to talk to providers for each of those components and source them all individually. We think that turnkey approach is going to be essential.
And I would just, further echo what Kate is saying, is I think understanding the economics behind new solutions is really important. And how does it impact everyone across the entire value chain, right? Oftentimes you have to invest a lot of capital into a new solution. That could be quite challenging, right, to do. And if you have to do a lot of changing of the way in which work is actually done, and there's training required, that's also really challenging. And so in general, any technology that you're trying to adopt into any ecosystem, not just real estate, there has to be an acknowledgement of why does it benefit the users, right, to actually invest the time, the money, the resources to make the switch. And the lower the bar is in terms of the time, the money, and resources to go do it, and the bigger the impact, then the higher the likelihood is for adoption. I know it sounds a little bit like buy low, sell high, but it is absolutely true. You need to think about the investments people need to make and what is their return on those investments.
So when we talk about the main challenges to adoption, is it sort of getting people to understand that it can be more beneficial than maybe they realize?
Yeah, so when I think about adoption, there's especially coming from a DOE, which is like a science-based organization, and having spent many over 25 years with scientists and engineers, is oftentimes people are very much focused on the elegance of the technology solution or the fact they've done something really, really hard. What they're oftentimes missing is the market adoption risk, and knowing that you have to work an entire ecosystem in order to get there. And so if you're really going to get to full-scale commercialization, which to me is moving across research to development to demonstration to deployment, that pathway requires multiple players in an ecosystem to really get there, including the entire value chain, and asking them, what would it take for them to support your solution? As Kate alluded to, there's all these different components and people actually have to build these things. So how do you get that entire ecosystem behind the solution so they're willing to create something with you that can be dropped in place? And so really, that's the point of what we're trying to do here at OTT, is have more of those conversations. So it's not technology push, but market pull. And whatever we're driving is looking at the market and what it needs. And as you look at our building technologies office, another big angle of this is regulatory authority, because there's a ton of building energy codes out there. And so we need to create these to promote innovation in advanced building technologies and driving to that energy efficiency they talked about earlier. And this idea of kind of scale up is critical, because if we're going to meet the climate crisis in time, we really have to identify ways to help offset the upfront costs of building upgrades and putting together a national program that can really target a package of affordable energy retrofits in American homes. I mean, affordability is really, really critical, especially when we're in a pandemic and there's all these things with the economy that are going on. So this economic side of it, the market adoption risk, we can't underestimate. And that's where I've seen a lot of things die, is when we haven't primed the pump for that.
Okay. Kate,
I couldn't,
Sorry,
sorry, Greg. I was just going to say, I can't agree more. And I guess I'll just put even kind of more of an exclamation point on, on many of those, which is the main challenge to adoption, I think, is that we're not acting like this is the emergency that it is. We're not viewing it like a wartime effort, and we must kind of up and down the value chain. There is progress being made at state and local and federal levels. Local Law 97 in New York, lots of good things happening out of DC. But as Dr. Chan just alluded to, regulations and incentives are erratic across the nation, which makes it really hard for companies to scale, having to navigate an extraordinary amount of complexity. But more to the point, for owners in most places, there's not enough incentive to make big changes to buildings that are working fine. So you have boilers or air conditioners that work and energy bills that are not your biggest worry. And look, with gas prices low and switching and disruption costs high and fear about the durability of new solutions for core building functions and lots of other challenges taking people's attention, it just doesn't make sense financially or reach the top of the to-do list to look to make these changes. And I guess even when they actively want to decarbonize, it's hard oftentimes for owners to figure out what to do, which insulation, which window, which mechanicals, how do I finance these? So I think, we need to simplify, and we need to think about this not kind of in terms of individual action on behalf of corporates, businesses, homeowners trying to navigate a complex system. We need to have a national plan and a roadmap to decarbonize key sectors, key subsectors, with everything aligned to them, including the incentives. It has to become more of a societal issue and not one relying on individual action.
That would obviously be fantastic. Dr. Chan, can you talk about, I don't know, the potential for, this sort of national plan, although, this again would be quite an undertaking with, these complex systems and getting that, market pull, but considering what's needed with the climate crisis, what hope is there for something like that with, regulations and incentives moving forward?
Yeah, so there's a lot of work that we're doing here at DOE, specifically in the Building Technologies Office, to be thinking about this more holistic approach towards it. And, they're really thinking about greatly refining, expanding our efforts to equitably, right? It's important for the equity part of it, deploy energy saving, carbon saving, and cost saving building technologies, construction practices, and decision tools across the nation. And if we can do this kind of more holistic approach, then we really can ensure that the building sector can actually contribute to the climate crisis in terms of mitigating it. And so here, at DOE through the BTO office, they're developing a suite of strategic market transformation efforts, and there's many initiatives behind this. So for example, the initiative for better energy emissions and equity, that's the E3 initiative, is really focused on deploying clean heating and cooling systems nationwide. So we're looking at heat pumps, advanced water heaters, low to no global warming potential refrigerants, and smarter HVAC systems and tools, diagnostic tools in residential and commercial buildings. And so that is a program that is specifically looking at what can we do across the nation. There's also the advanced building construction and grid interactive efficient buildings. And these are among it important because we're looking at a whole building strategy to reinvent how buildings are built and to remake buildings into active suppliers of grid services that can decarbonize and stabilize America's really rapidly transforming energy system on site. And so these are kind of the big initiatives going on through BTO, which really, if we can get people on board with these, will help to shape the nation. And then specifically in my office, right, the Office of Technology Transitions, we're really looking at trying to examine stages and gaps where we have between research and development and demonstration deployment, because that is often the trickiest, is when you're translating basic research into the demonstration area. So we have programs to actually fill those gaps. One is called the Technology Commercialization Fund, where we partner with the private sector to bring lab technologies to market. And so this year's selection, we had about $2 million allocated 5 projects that were specific to the building space. And they were paired up with 2 of our national labs. And we also have an Energy Programs for Innovation Clusters, EPIC, which is a program to catalyze incubators, accelerators that can help with startups. And so right now, we just funded one with Syracuse University that's partnered with Center State Corporation for Economic Opportunity. And this is going to be focused on developing energy hardware innovations for next generation grid interactive efficient buildings. So there's like a multi-pronged approach going across the DOE, looking to fill gaps in the RD&D continuum, as well as looking at more programmatic things that we are hoping to influence the nation on.
For sure. Well, that's great. More, business incubation that, Kate is obviously familiar with. And, Kate, you're on this side with, these more innovative creatives. What bold ideas and approaches kind of stick out to you that, need to be adopted?
Yeah, as I work with companies trying to scale and make impact in this area, this need for bundling and consolidation has really become clear. So I think that, in the building sector, if we really want to retrofit at scale, there needs to be massive consolidation of design and construction, like what you see in the car industry. Like, you would never have car owners have to source all the different pieces. We're not going to be able to deliver at the scale and the scope and the speed with such fragmentation. And so I'd love to see incentives to create building services companies that deliver the full solution, both the components you need for different building types, so that all of these companies don't have to sell in themselves. So all of these companies individually don't have their own business models, but we move them towards something that can work as a bundle. We've found just within our cohorts that our companies begin to try to bundle themselves because they see the efficiencies of selling together. But there's a lot of work we have to do to make business models work in that kind of wrapped, bundled way. I think stepping back at a higher level, I came to the sector as an entrepreneur in the tech industry wanting to help in climate. And one of the things that I think would be incredibly helpful is to kind of coalesce around roadmaps to decarbonize each sector. And within that, to understand what are the technologies that already exist, because we have a lot of them that already exist and need to scale. And when we talk about innovation, we should also be thinking about innovation on the demand side. What can we do from an innovative standpoint that addresses the friction on the demand side, that can help with business model, financial, behavior change? And can we also surface the gaps, areas that need more innovation? There are a lot of great innovators out there who spend a lot of time trying to find their way to the right spot to innovate in. And we need to like take the technologies that are there that can be used to decarbonize, scale those. And then where there are gaps, we need to shine a light on those gaps and incentivize innovation in those areas to make innovating there more efficient.
For sure. And Doctor, you've already kind of talked about a lot of the different programs you're involved in. Are there any others that kind of stick out, or any new ones that you think should be adopted sooner in the future?
No, I mean, I've covered the ones that we're really focused on right now. I like where Kate was headed, though, which is, shining a light and really going from a demand side as well. I mean, if we can cut the amount of energy that we're using in the first place, right, that's huge. And I think one of the things I like about innovating in that area is anybody can innovate there because we all use electricity. So it may be that the next big idea of how to innovate on demand comes from a high school student somewhere who's thinking about the way they use energy. So I really like this idea of looking and shining a light on demand and really activating the nation to be thinking about it, because there are just ways in which we behave that if we can change would make a really, really big difference. And so I think those are, some things that would be great for folks to be driving towards.
For people who might not be familiar, we were talking about, seatbelts in parts of the car, but also thinking about, different things like, regulations on emissions and things like that. Can you kind of explain from the, developer's standpoint, the investor's standpoint, just what people might not know is involved already in terms of, what's needed for, to build a new building and have it be energy efficient and sustainable within, their legal limitations, particularly in either New York City or like California, which kind of really drives these conversations. Can either of you kind of put that into perspective?
I mean, I think one of the issues is that the regulatory landscape is very different in different places. So, if you want to build a building in California, it's a very different set of regulations and incentives than if you want to do it in New York. I would say that both of those places are at the forefront. New York has Local Law 97, which is really driving, a lot of moves towards efficiency. And California also has some nation leading ones. But I think to really get the scale of decarbonization that we need, some of what will be helpful is standardization around some of those kind of regulatory frameworks. And that's not an area that I work in. That's much more, some of the challenges that I'm sure Vanessa and team are looking at.
Okay, for
Yeah.
sure.
And it's really hard because this is where you get into kind of federal government versus local and state government, right? And so it's very challenging, because there are very specific building codes and things like that are not that are tailored, right, to wherever the building is being built. And so I think it'll be a tough putt to standardize all of that because of the fact that there is such it's distributed across the nation of how we're doing it. So I think the thing that we can think about is, are there ways that we can make it easier to allow things to happen? So we had just launched a little while ago a permitting app for solar, right? So now it makes it a lot easier for residential homes to get permits for installing solar, and that was launched I would say a month ago by the Secretary of California. And so there's things like that we can do to try and make it easier. But I think it's one of the challenges around the building industry is the fact that things are so localized.
For sure, absolutely. Okay, and then just lastly, sticking with adoption, is there anything else that people can do to help speed up adoption, particularly considering the issues at hand with the climate emergencies?
I mean, I would just say that everybody can play an important role here. As tenants or as investors, just putting those hats on, we can treat this like an emergency. Tenants are in a really strong position to drive action. If decarbonization becomes a differentiator to attract tenants, as it is beginning to be in the commercial, Class A space, you begin to see action there. I think that what tenants are demanding is probably the biggest driver. When we were working with corporates in this space, it is the biggest driver driving them to move towards decarbonization. And I guess the second biggest is investors, and increasingly people's focus on ESG is also driving behavior. So I think that's important. But just given the audience for this session, I think that to speak to owners, owners, remember that 70% of emissions in New York come from buildings, 40% of emission come from buildings in most other places. As building owners, we have a huge amount of power and responsibility. And I think as part of that, power and responsibility to influence the market. It's an industry that generally has had a pretty conservative mindset that prevents bold moves and decision-making with agility. And I would just say it's time to move past that and to work to move the market. You had mentioned seatbelts, Greg. When seatbelts wouldn't have happened at scale if we had relied on every different car manufacturer to decide to put that safety measure in place and try to do it as a differentiator and navigate those complexities. We need to collectively embrace these changes, collectively embrace new standards, and move through the challenges of transition together to get to a better place. And I would say that as owners in the space, this community needs to see itself as leaders in that.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more because of the fact that the building sector is so nuanced in its approach. It takes everybody to kind of stand up in their own communities to figure out how they're going to do this. And it's really critical, right? If you take a look at the numbers, about 40% of the nation's energy and about 75% of electricity is, accounting from the buildings, right? And a third of the US carbon emissions is coming from residential commercial buildings. And so this is a space that is super critical for us to actually hit the climate targets and ambitions that we have. And if there's a way that in which, everyone can really think carefully about the economics behind this, going back to the very beginning of this conversation, and what is it going to take in order for it to economically make sense for users and everyone that's kind of in this ecosystem, then that will absolutely speed adoption. I mean, in the end, humans are humans, right? They're going to make decisions, right, based on how it benefits them. So we have to put ourselves in the shoes of all the different ecosystem stakeholders and ask ourselves, how can we make this be a win-win situation for everyone? And the more we can find creative solutions for win-wins, the faster we can really speed adoption. And so that's why I really am excited about the group that's listening to this, because I think we have, a myriad of people across the ecosystem and really trying to understand how do we catalyze those groups to think creatively to create win-wins across the value chain will absolutely get us to a faster adoption across the board.
Okay, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for answering my questions. I was wondering, do either of you have any kind of last words, any takeaways in terms of where sustainability is going in the near future and things we can expect, or any final words in that regard?
So I can start, as a parent, I also think it's really important that we're teaching the next generation to be good stewards of energy and quite frankly, the environment. And so I think a lot of this has to become with role modeling at home, right? So what temperature are you setting your house at home, right? Are you turning off the lights, right? Are you, using energy efficient things where you can? Are you making sure that you are using water bottles versus buying, water at the store? These are all the kinds of things that I think are important to model, right? Bringing your own bags versus using plastic bags. And so I really think that thing we haven't covered is just inspiring the next generation to be good stewards. And if we're going to do that, then we ourselves have to be role modeling that. And so I think the more that we can do to influence the demand side, the better off we are. And so I would really encourage us to be thinking about being role models to the next generation so that we're influencing that.
Okay. Kate, anything else you want to add? Any other?
I'll just underscore what Dr. Chan just said about the demand side and role modeling. And I guess add to it that, the climate challenge is so overwhelming and it can inspire so much fear that it can be paralyzing. And I think that the only way that we really confront it is to be hopeful and to be energized by the opportunity here. This is an exciting time. I mean, I think both the Biden administration, the Hochul administration here in New York, the tech we need exists, investment is coming in, there's interest in new parts of the market. And I think that these ripples really can build into waves. And if COVID has had any silver linings, one of them is that it's kind of shifted things out of their ruts. It's a moment of disruption where we can take a step back, look at how we've been doing things, and can do things differently, especially in the building sector that has been disrupted more than many others. And so, many wise people have pointed out that history has always been the sum totals of the choices made and individual actions taken by individual men and women. And I think the actions we take are going to make a difference, and let them be the right ones.
Okay. Well, thank you both so much. Kate Fruscher, co-founder, managing director of the Clean Fight, and Dr. Vanessa Chan, Chief Commercialization Officer and Director of the Office of Technology Transitions for the U.S. Department of Energy. I am Greg Cornfield with Commercial Observer. Thank you both again so much for your time and for joining us. And thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And let's see if I can get my video started. That about wraps it up for today. Thank you again for joining our second annual Sustainability Forum. And thank you to all of our speakers, as well as today's program sponsors, RXR Realty, our presenting sponsor, Community Preservation Corporation, Evolution Energy Partners, Friedman LLP, International Well Building Institute, Prescriptive Data, Skanska, ThinkWood, Unibail, Rodemco, Westfield. And if you enjoyed today's National Sustainability Forum, please mark your calendars for our upcoming fall programs and events, including our Power Gala, our State of Leasing Market Forum, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Forums, New York City and DC Fall Financing CRE events, and our Innovation Week composed of our Building Tech and Innovations Forums, as well as our biannual Life Science Forum. Thank you again to all and have a wonderful afternoon.